You hate Zoran. Like, this is one of those moments where I'm like, can we just not make everything political? You know what I mean? This is one of those moments where it's like, you don't have to make everything political, big dog. Like Donald Trump. All right, so we'll start off with the New York Knicks parade. Zoran Mamdani literally living life like a Disney princess. Every meme is this, bro. Every day, it feels like this. Everyone in New York is just like on a different frequency. Everyone in New York City is on some different shit all the time. Guys, you live in America, okay? Wake up. New York, wake the fuck up. You live in America. This is a country run by pedophiles, okay? You can't be living in a totally separate planet. Like this socialism in one city shit. I'm done. I'm done with it. You know, typical commies, okay? They came out and they were like, sorry, we're doing communism in one city only. Not even communism in one state only. Right? We're doing communism in one city only. We're just going to have so much fun. It's going to be awesome. And everyone else can just write off. Bro is doing the meme. He won't let me leave. Okay, man. I mean, it's true, though. This is true. This is how I feel. Yes, I feel trapped in this cage that I'm in Los Angeles, California. Anyway, Truth Nuke? Yeah, I know. We watched it. We read this yesterday. The Truth Nuke that we read yesterday. We'll talk about Clavicular too. He's doing some crazy shit. But anyway, look at this. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Ask New York City how socialism in one city worked in Austria circa 1930. Yeah, it don't work. Anyway, speaking of which, though, look at this speech, bro. He gave an 8-minute speech and it was a banger, okay? Here's Mamdani's entire speech at the Knicks parade, which is easily the best speech I've ever heard at an event of this sort. This man is literally socialism every single liberal, piece by piece. I have my criticisms of him from time to time, but god damn it, dude, he is literally like, he has become, as long as he maintains his role as like a movement guy, as long as that shine is still obviously on not just the guy, but instead the movement, which is, you know, obviously our goal here. Bro has more motion than you for real. Dog, of course he has more motion than me. What are you talking about? He's the mayor of New York City, dude. Dog, you know who else has more motion than me? Donald Trump, who happens to be the president of the United States of America. Some of you guys are like greatly overestimating my impact. I'm just one person. I mean, we're a big community. We have, obviously we help wherever we can, but you know, everyone plays a role. That's what I need people to understand. I play my role. You play your role. Zoran plays his role. Everyone plays a role. This is not about one person. This is about a movement that can hopefully change America's trajectory, hopefully change, you know, depending on how robust and how powerful it becomes, change the world, shock the world. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make, however, is that obviously this is not, you know, this is not a one-man operation. This is all of us. I'm just a megaphone for all of you. I'm a microphone for all of you. People love Valdez and Daria Liza while shitting on Zoran despite the fact that they wouldn't even be contenders without him. Okay, calm down. Chill. That's not true. But again, brick by brick, piece by piece, we build this with one another, okay? There's not one person that's like singularly responsible for anything. Okay. Yes, but that was the role that he was supposed to play anyway. How are we doing today? Parasite, grifter, nepotism, baby. Are suits fitting okay? Yes, they're fitting pretty good. Do you like it? What do you think about this one? Pretty good. I like that I'm over here being like, hey guys, no singular person is more important than a movement that's that wants to put workers first and like improve people's lives. And then these guys' whole ordeal is like waging an internet drama war at the behest of their favorite multi-millionaire who doesn't shower. and who says it's the bottom 2% of society that's responsible for all the issues and not the top 2% of wealth that controls everything. Like, hey man, listen, you might not appreciate this, but we're fighting this for you too, okay? And we'll keep fighting for you, right? I want you to have health care. I want you to have autonomy in your workplace. I want you to be able to own a home someday. You know? So you say, but put your money where your mouth is. Brother, I put my money where my mouth is, where your ass is. I put it all over. I mean, I'm doing a money spread on a daily basis. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't care. You have been told, you've been lied to by other people. There's a reason why so many of these other people that are, that are in this movement don't see it the same way that your favorite delusional internet edgelord does. Yes, we're going to get to JD Vance. I was at the parade and it was so poorly run. They said they expected 1 million people, but only a few thousand were let in, even though people bought tickets. And is this sewer socialism? Yeah, I don't know what happened with the parade situation, but I can't speak on how it was run. It is pretty funny that people are just like, oh, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Just like, dude, do you have any idea on anything I do? You don't. There was no ticket, Lamau. Cheddar got scammed. There were no tickets. It was free. Lamau. I think there was probably a ticketed event in City Hall. Yeah, they're malding over there. Maybe because their favorite content creator is getting the zapper today. Their favorite content creator is at odds now because he's like, do I be pro-Israel? Am I supposed to be pro-Israel today, or am I supposed to be pro-Trump because Trump and JD Vance are shitting on Israel, but I've been defending Israel for like the last month. Based. Why are people copying you? What do you mean? Yeah, what's the mold man's opinion on the Iran deal? That's who I go to when I want to know about geopolitical conflict. Guy who's never left his home, who doesn't know anything.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. In our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks.
I heard MAGA Mitch is no longer MAGA. He's a MAGA communist after this. That's what I heard. MAGA Mitch has decided he's actually a MAGA communist. Is happening. The alliance is taking shape, folks.
And we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again. As John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity.
I'm going to be honest with you. He doesn't know any of this shit, okay? He doesn't know any of this. I mean, great speech, but like, his ass is just reading the lines, okay? I'm sorry. If he was talking about Arsenal, I'd be like, yeah, this is his wheelhouse. He's selling it though. He's selling it.
As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford. As Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming. As the city came alive watching Linsanity. And as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew.
Yeah, Melo's done now, okay? It's Brunson time.
Deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York.
You hating because you'll never know this much ball? I mean, I don't, but I'm pretty open about it.
City. This team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era.
J.R. Smith mentioned.
I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for 3.
Trying to get the pipe mention. You're trying to get the pipe mention. One of the greatest eras of basketball. J.R. Smith, the Swish God. Okay, never mind. I'm back in. He's right. He knows.
He's from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season.
You tried to besmirch him? I did.
It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, and also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game, a 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio, a 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work.
He's a numbers guy. He's a numbers guy. He crunched the numbers. I know you like the number, okay? I say to myself, Donald Trump, he signed the MOU, and I say to myself, I'm a numbers guy. I'm gonna look at the Knicks, and I'm gonna ChatGPT it, and I'm gonna grok it, and I'm gonna find out what the percentages are, because I'm a numbers guy, and then I'm going to tie it back.
And the Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that point.
Bro, this is a wild speech. I mean, it's very good, but it's also insane because it's literally like a rally speech, but specifically about the New York Knicks in the finals and the history of the Knicks as well. He's doing a campaign speech going hard in the paint. Like
4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says,
dude, you are so jealous. Why would I be jealous? What are you talking about, man? Are you okay? Is your brain all right? Yes, New York is on the up and up. I jokingly say that, like, you know, we're on the outside. Give us a little bit of shine. Calm down. You don't have to be omega autistic, chatter. Can I make jokes? Jesus Christ, what is happening?
Go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that McCall Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you, you are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it.
Gramsci.
When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing
Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will.
Something about it. Time after time,
I mean, Jalen Brunson's story is actually incredible. I mean, what a crazy journey.
Thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile?
That's it. Fuck it. I'm voting for the Knicks for governor. I don't even know anymore. I don't know. I'm illegally voting for Jalen Brunson. I'm doing a write-in campaign for Jalen Brunson for a New York governor. I don't even know. I'm confused about the orders here. I'm just fucking fired up. I don't even live here. I don't know what's going on.
Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Nixon! 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 So much.
He broke it. He broke the aura. Stop LARPing as a New Yorker. I'm not a New Yorker. Literally, very famously not a New Yorker. Anyway, if you want to see some fucking peanut butter and jealous time, okay, let's take a look at Dolan, who made a not so subtle remark.
John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity. As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded...
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I clipped the wrong clip. Sorry. Here.
Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already.
Thought this was you on the left for a second. Really? The glow down, Bad Bunny glow down. You put me on the Bad Bunny glow down train. 9-year physical globe of Puerto Rican global superstar Bad Bunny. What is happening? I have just haters everywhere, man. Anyway, Dolan, and the crowd goes mild. Dolan reminds people that he's a billionaire and therefore he doesn't need anyone's excitement. He doesn't need anybody to like him. He can be pro-Trump all day, every day. He does not like Zoran Mamdani. He had to get some in there. He's like, I don't need your vote. I'm no fake fan. I don't need to quote to you about what happened here because if you're a real Knicks fans, you know it already. Jim Dolan with a much less rousing speech. Not once has Zoe been given courtside seats. What if there was a hypothetical that either Americans don't get free healthcare, which they don't deserve, or you adopt me? Great hypothetical, dude. Yeah. Dude, there's nothing funnier than trying to get your licks in on a popular mayor in your moment of glory. Like you just need to fucking sit there. Jim Dolan wanted no part of the picture with Mamdani when he gave him a key to the city. Yeah, by the way, the key to the city shit is so smart because once again, every speech that he makes, right? You can compare to Eric Adams, who had a lot of swag, had a lot of aura, let's be real, but like, you know, I'm going to keep repeating this over and over again. Eric Adams gave a key to the city to Diddy. Zoran is giving it to the New York Knicks. Just saying, just putting it out there. Look, obviously he's making the most of a very, very fortunate string of events. Very fortunate for us that he happens to be a democratic socialist, a cadre, of the organization, someone who is obviously carrying that banner with every initiative that he takes. He's like, good governance is forever associated with democratic socialism in New York City, hopefully, once his tenure is over. And the same goes for this wave of insurgent candidates that will hopefully do their very best to govern just as well.
This is the key to the city that we will be presenting to each of the players, and it is the first key that our administration is giving out since it's been only 6 months, and it is designed by Azra Khalfan. It is manufactured by him, designed by Anish Bhupati, and the typography of the key is actually designed by Tobias Freer-Jones, who designed the typography of the 9/11 Museum, NYU, a lot of the kind of iconic typefaces in our city. It's
really elegant.
And we're so honored that he did this.
And you put in the order months ago? That was very brave of you.
You gotta plan. You gotta be ready. As a fan, you never want to talk about it, but as the mayor, you gotta be ready.
Well, you were prepared. Thank you for stopping by on your way to parade. Enjoy.
I wish the city keys could open any lock in the city. That would be insane. What the hell does the key do? It's just symbolic. It's just a symbolic thing that mayors do historically. They give a key to the city to people that they're honoring. Okay? I mean, it's brilliant. He's doing a masterclass on how to fucking feed off of the momentum in New York. And any victory for New York doesn't just feel like a victory for New Yorkers, which it is, but it's also a victory for like Zoran Mamdani, which also happens to build on the momentum for democratic socialism. And that is what this is all about. And he's doing a fantastic job with it. Let's see what James Dolan did, though, with Zoran, giving him a key.
Quentin Dolan.
God damn, dude. He's just like, fuck you. Buddy. What is this? Just fucking be nice. Just make nice. He's over here smiling at you. Didn't even look for the photo. It's just so funny, man. Not even barely a handshake. He's just like, fuck off. I'm just here. Give me the key and move on. Is real bozo behavior. Like, we get it, dude. You fucking like Trump, okay? We get it. You're a billionaire. You hate democratic socialism. You hate Zoran. Like, this is one of those moments where I'm like, can we just not make everything political? You know what I mean? This is one of those moments where it's like, you don't have to make everything political, big dog. Like Donald Trump is smarter on shit like this than James Dolan is. Donald Trump would never in a million years in the same petty ways in a situation like this, because he understands, like, there are moments where he'll be petty. He is the pettiest man on the planet. He's petty white, right? But there are certain moments where he knows, like, the situation is larger than him. He already fucked up with the whole, blowing the Knicks streak by making the event about himself. But in a situation like this, he would probably play ball. Also, this was really funny. I do want to point out something, and this is not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. I'm being very serious. Woke Sharia has been implemented in New York City, and part of that is obviously anti-white activity, anti-white action, and the Basij militia of Zohran Kwame Mamdani, also known as the Strategic Response Group, the SRG, that he was supposed to disband. He has not disbanded, and many of you have been obviously critical about this, myself included, but it turns out it was because the Strategic Response Group is actually doing anti-white action. Here it is. This is Tyler Kolek and the cops. The cops of the NYPD are going to tackle him because they don't know that he's a player and they think he's a random guy. Because they're like, he's white. He's a white boy. Behave, white boy. You are not supposed to be here right now. That's so funny. He looks like a streamer. Yeah. That is massive aura loss. Like massive aura loss. They confronted him for not being gay or Muslim. Yeah. So what happened here is, look, the first guy comes in and says, hey, you're white. You're a white man. You're not allowed to celebrate unless you're gay. And then the second guy comes in and goes, show me a picture of you sucking a cock. Okay. And then the first guy goes, unless you're also, or you could be Muslim, right? Like say the Shahada right now. And they hold him down. And the other guy goes, say the Shahada right now. Are you Muslim or are you gay? Because you can't be a white man. You can't be a white cishet man and celebrate on this glorious occasion. We will beat your ass. Yeah, they're demanding he do a land acknowledgement. And he goes, he yells at them and he does a land acknowledgement right there. He goes, look, he says, this is stolen. What's the tribe in New York? Which one is it? Algonquin? Is it, we're sitting on, you cannot, Lenape? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Iroquois, Lenape. He turns around and he says, look. He says, we're on stolen Lenape land. Like, you better take your hands off me. Clearly. And then they let him go. Pretty sure it was because he used the incorrect pronouns towards the first cop, so we called for backup and the other one came in. Yeah. He tweeted, I swear I'm on the team, bro. Oh, that's funny. Bro's got 7,000 followers on Twitter. God damn. What's that? It was the White Mamba who said famously, like, it doesn't matter. I won the chip. A couple years from now, I'll say I got 5 minutes. And then a decade from now, I'll say I was, I was a starting five. I was in the starters. I was in the starting five. And then, by the time this is over, I'll be talking about how I dropped 40. I butchered the quote. Yeah, he can turn around and say, I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me. Can we get a Solid Snake as the head of the DSA trying to convince Toby Durden, to join the DSA impersonation? No, that seems insane. It's good for the soul to picture all the Zionist billionaires, gutter journalists, ghoulish influencers, AIPAC funded politicians, and disgraced former mayors of New York City stewing over how quickly and completely New Yorkers have taken Mamdani into their hearts. Yeah, straight up. Toby Durden, I'm calling you on behalf of the Democratic Socialists of America. As the next governor of South Dakota, you have a mission. You have to stop the Metal Gear. And the only way to do that is by joining the Democratic Socialists of America. Toby Durden. There you go. Turby Derby. Guy who says Turby Derby over and over for 5 minutes regularly? No, that's silly. Okay, well, I did it. Yeah, what's really interesting about this entire experience, I think, is that the mayoral position is a very difficult one, and it's a often very unpopular one. And to give Zoran his endless flowers that he deserves, he has genuinely taken this position and turned it into a popular one, which, like, Bill de Blasio was a lot closer to Zoran's worldview. Obviously, never all the way there, but like a lot closer to Zoran's worldview than Eric Adams is. And Bill de Blasio was endlessly panned, was endlessly yelled at as the mayor. So the fact that he's capable of taking this role and moving further to the left than even Bill de Blasio did, and also simultaneously still maintain this kind of aura, this kind of positive approval with what he's doing, is actually a very impressive feat. Sid Rosenberg talked about Zoran's speech. Oh, my favorite purple guy. Wait, he follows me? What the fuck? He's purple for an amazing reason. Thanos? My phone is blowing up with texts from people saying, good thing you're in Israel and you missed the parade. Guess a fraud radical jihad man did the most talking? Not surprised. I told a bunch of folks at Yankee Stadium last night I wouldn't go even if I was in New York City because of the shitty mayor. He's a fucking disgrace. Jim Dolan repeated what I've been saying for 2 months, which is Mamdani is not a Knicks fan. The Knicks are great. The city sucks. Glad I'm 10,668 meters in the air. Yeah, he's flying to Israel right now to invent a new shade of purple. One that you have never seen before. Like, he's going to, when he unveils his new skin tone, you are going to be shocked. He is going to shock the world. And I mean, like, literally not shock the world because you're like, oh my God, I've never seen a human being that color before. You're going to say, I've never seen that color before. Okay? We're not just talking about a new color for human beings. We're talking about a new color altogether. Only a color that bees can see. Yeah, he's gonna invent a new color altogether that is going to be so strange that it'll cause dogs to react to it. Like, this is a frequency of color that you'll be able to smell from afar. This is the type of skin tone that you have never seen on a human being, but you've never seen altogether. Dogs will respond to it. The time I can see color. All right, let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Trump hails Iran deal as details emerge. A new Treaty of Versailles has been unlocked, and this time we're also not dissimilar to another country that had famously signed a treaty at Versailles that was a huge historic defeat that then led that country into, a dark pit of despair and fascism. I'm, of course, talking about the United States of America and also Germany. We are Germany in this equation. Let's be real. And who knows where we will go. Hopefully, unlike the failed German Revolution, this time we won't allow fascism to win. It is hilarious. I don't think Trump knows what this symbolizes at all. I'm willing to bet Donald Trump had no clue that him signing this would literally be the identical situation. Now, it's not in a train car, so maybe it's a little different, right? But ultimately, this is, I mean, I was thinking about this. I was like, this is crazy. Like, how similar this is. Like, how things never change. Like, it sometimes feels like history is playing a trick on us, right? Like, it's 1-to-1. An immovable object is met by an unstoppable force, a seemingly unstoppable force that is stoppable. Democrats will run in November on punishing the June criminals, revising the Treaty of Versailles, and redeeming our national honor. Yeah. Yeah, that worries me a little bit because then it's like the Democrats are gonna do the stabbed in the back myth. Someone's gonna do the stabbed in the back myth. And well, I do think that someone is actually the Republicans currently. They're the ones who are doing it. Surrender document being signed at Versailles. Yeah. Gay Hitler is one step closer to being real. I mean, gay Hitler was real. He was just Adolf Hitler. This is the second coming of gay Hitler. Everything is the same, man. It's crazy.
Overnight in the gilded halls of Versailles, President Trump putting pen to paper.
This was not easy.
Signing the deal which reopens the critical Strait of Hormuz, rewards Iran financially, and lays the groundwork for 60 days of talks to resolve Iran's nuclear program. The president acknowledging Iran's stranglehold on the strait was putting too much pressure on the American economy.
I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship.
But for weeks, the president has insisted the financial strain on Americans wasn't a motivating factor in his negotiations.
Well, he was
Not
lying.
even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
Under the deal, Iran and the country of Oman will administer the strait, something that was not the case before the war. The waterway will reopen toll-free, but it's unclear if that will hold when the 60 days runs out. In return for reopening the strait, Iran will see immediate financial relief. For the first time in years, the U.S. lifting restrictions, allowing Iran to freely sell oil. The U.S. also committing to negotiate lifting all sanctions against Iran and the release of billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets if certain progress is made.
It's not our money, it's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back.
But last month, the president said this.
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing.
As for the issue at the heart of this conflict, Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear.
Funniest aspects of this deal has been, in an effort to criticize the Trump administration obviously taking this ginormous L, liberals have now recognized something that they never recognized for some weird reason, which is the idea that Iran already had signed off on its reaffirmation that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons, both in the JCPOA and also in the numerous rounds of negotiations that took place where America and Israel engaged in an act of perfidy and struck Iran. Well, where was that energy before? It's so strange because if I recall correctly, 110, 111, 120 days ago, no liberal was saying this. As a matter of fact, they kept repeatedly saying Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, giving sufficient reason for Donald Trump to take some kind of militant action. Where was everybody on that note? Now that the memorandum of understanding is being signed and a war is ending, liberals have remembered that Iran had always said that they were not going to procure or develop nuclear weapons. How interesting. Liberals have now taken to saying the Strait of Hormuz used to be open and Iran had committed to not developing nuclear weapons before Donald Trump attacked Iran. So what have we gotten out of this deal? Well, nothing. But where was that energy when Donald Trump was initiating this conflict at the behest of Israel? Where was that understanding in the beginning? Trump got Iran to promise not to develop nukes, which it already did, and get the Strait of Hormuz open, which it already was. Them should stick to that note and not the damn handout to the terrorist stuff. Yes, that is what the Democrats are talking about. That is what the Democrats are advancing as a talking point. But I don't think we should let them get away with the fact that they weren't saying that beforehand. Many of the Democrats were not saying this fact beforehand. And yeah, Democrats with a B. No B, sorry. Democrats, no B. It's really interesting. It's really, really interesting. If you recall, there was one guy who kept repeating this point over and over again, trying to hammer it. I was like, hey, Democrats, you already have the JCPOA. You can just point to that. You can just point to the JCPOA over and over again. Meanwhile, this is what they're coming up with. I'm for the war ending, but no buts. It's good. It's good that this war is ending. The lesson to be learned here is we shouldn't be waging wars. We should be charting a different path forward. We should be engaging in diplomacy. We should be exhausting all available options of diplomacy, always and forever. This was my take last night. I said, Iran won, not yesterday. It won when it closed the Strait of Hormuz after we attacked Iran. And we did that at the behest of Israel. Now, what's interesting about this is that Iran had actually refused to do this thing that they had the power to do for decades, as Mossad and the CIA were meddling in their affairs, as the United States had implemented some of the worst sanctions that they had ever seen. And they never used this tool that they had in the tool belt for decades. Why? Perhaps foolishly, they were willing to do diplomacy the entire time. The lesson to learn here is that we should stop demanding more war. We should stop this endless militarism. We should stop our economic sanctions terror regime. Democrats, stop demanding more war. This is good. It's ridiculous. Stop legitimizing why Trump might take military action, because it's going to happen in Cuba. It's going to happen in Cuba, and I know Democrats are going to be like, well, Cuba is an authoritarian nightmare with a horrible economy, but Trump is not following the process. If I hear Democrats say this, oh my Lord, do not give credence to why American militarism must continue while simultaneously offering finger-wagging notes on process. It's unbelievably stupid. Americans hear you say that and go, okay, then yeah, of course Donald Trump is going to behave in the way that Donald Trump does. This is what they did with Iran. The entirety of the Republicans were obviously on board with senseless destruction, because they always are. And while the Democratic Party's base of support was begging for an end to our unlimited allegiance with Israel, and Donald Trump was being directed by Benjamin Netanyahu, being played like a fiddle by Benjamin Netanyahu, who was openly saying like, oh, I wanted to do this for decades, and finally I found a sucker dumb enough to follow through on this. Democrats kept repeatedly saying Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Iran is a horrible authoritarian country. Iran is killing all of its protesters. Iran has killed 10 million Iranians with a nuclear weapon that only kills Iranian civilians that refuse to wear the hijab, all of this stuff. But we must follow process. Why is Donald Trump not telling us why he's killing, why he's going to go wage war with Iran? Like, we know why he's doing it. Why are you giving him fucking legitimacy? Don't do this. Important lesson for you to learn. I watched this yesterday. Yes, Master Shake going ape shit. I watched it yesterday. It was awesome.
Reaffirms because it's the same promise Iran made in the first line of the nuclear deal struck with President Obama. But unlike the Obama deal, which Trump tore up during his first term, this agreement with Trump makes no other nuclear commitments, no plan to dispose of its highly enriched uranium. Instead, the agreement is to continue negotiating. As an incentive, the U.S. says it will work with regional partners to commit $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. Money Trump insists will not come from American taxpayers. On day one of the war, Trump vowed to obliterate Iran's military and missile capacity. But now, a change in tone.
They have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some.
On Capitol Hill, members of both parties slamming the deal.
This looks like a great deal for Iran and a terrible deal for the United States of America.
Republican Senator Bill Cassidy posting before the war the strait was open, Iran was being crushed by sanctions, and 13 service members were still alive. Now 13 Americans are dead. Families have paid billions at the pump. Sanctions will be lifted, and the bombing has stopped. Adding, this is the worst foreign policy blunder in decades.
And this morning, President Trump is firing back at his critics, saying those who think he hasn't been tough enough on Iran are, quote, either jealous, bad people, or stupid. Meanwhile, Iran's chief negotiator is claiming victory. Robin.
All right, Mayor, thanks to you.
Gas prices continue to fall in the wake of an initial deal with...
Yeah, here is an important element. Like I said, over and over again for the past couple of days now, since the MOU was like potentially being signed, you are about to see the Israel lobby tuned up, cranked up to 1,000,000. Okay, you're about to see shit that the Zionist lobby has not even done yet. Like new weapons to surpass the Metal Gear being deployed here for propaganda. Okay. Netanyahu's office briefing CNN that they basically see specific journalists and politicians like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin are named later in the article as assets they can activate at the flip of a switch. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is aiming to influence the final Iran deal, according to an Israeli source, using right-wing media figures and friendly senators to exert pressure on President Donald Trump. Again, this is a very important part of how the Israel lobby works. In many contexts, the money is less important than more personal networks of influence connecting key figures like these. And it doesn't even matter that these guys don't have a real viable audience, for the record. What matters is they have access to Trump. They have Trump's ear. They can talk to Trump. They can chew his ear off. And that's how Israel gets to exert its influence. Like, for example, Israel doesn't have any popularity in the American masses any longer. But what can they do? They can go after prominent critics of Israel, ritualistically humiliate them, bully them, deploy bot farms at them, try to activate their editorial teams in media outlets that are supportive of the cause, supportive of Zionism, to engage in this manufactured outrage machine, activate their advocacy network, their organizations, their NGOs, to make a big fuss about where certain people are going. I mean, I've experienced this, right? I've experienced this personally. To create an environment of pressure and fear when they know that the public, the masses have moved on. The masses are demanding something entirely different. This is how you subvert the democratic process. This is how you make it seem like in the halls of power that there is still a tremendous amount of support and a tremendous amount of leverage. Are you the guy who shocked his dog and fucked some guy's mom after? Yes, I did. Yours and the dad. But that is how this works. Anyway, as I was saying, like the Zionist lobby's influence campaign is not going to work on the masses because the masses have moved on from Israel. The masses don't like Israel. Israel is a pariah state in the eyes of many people for good reason. However, they still have tremendous amounts of influence and tremendous amounts of leverage over people in positions of power. There are also obviously people who are ideologically in support of this project in certain media outlets that will do their very best to try to create some kind of pressure, to try to create some kind of fuss, to manufacture some kind of outrage. And it's important for us not to fucking lean into that. It's important for us not to understand exactly what that is and not fall victim to this kind of propaganda, to fall victim to these sorts of attempts. I don't recognize President Trump sometimes says Uttar Pradesh's very own vivid prowess. His tone, his way of words, the way he somehow, for some degree, defends the number one sponsor of terror, the Islamic regime in Iran, while at the same time criticizing Israel for defending itself. What on earth is going on? Americana says, being frank about what everyone knows is true, but is never allowed to say is exactly how Trump talked in 2016 and is what gave him broad popular appeal. We could have kept the war going and the strait would still be closed, objectively true. We can't tell Iran they're not allowed to have ballistic missiles when everyone else has them is a statement of fact. Europe said he's not regurgitating delusional talking points written in Tel Aviv while doubling down on destroying the global economy. There are dozens of things he could be saying that are also true, but so unacceptable politically, even he can't say them. I'll take it, though. And this is a great example, by the way. This is a great example of Trump just saying the fucking truth, right? It lives in my mind permanently about Vladimir Putin and about, our guys.
Do you respect Putin? I do respect him.
Do you? Why?
Well, I respect a lot of people, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get along with him. He's a leader of his country. I say it's better to get along with Russia than not. And if Russia helps us in the fight against ISIS, which is a major fight, and Islamic terrorism all over the world,
right?
Major fight, that's a good thing. Will I get along with him? I have no idea. It's very
He's a
possible
killer,
I
though.
won't.
Putin's a killer.
A lot of killers. We got a lot of killers. Why, you think our country's so innocent?
That is a banger. I think a lot of people refuse to comprehend how much mileage you can get out of just simply saying the truth that many politicians are refusing to say. Zohran Mamdani did this with Israel, if you recall. When they were like, where would you go? Why wouldn't you travel to Israel first? Just like all of your other counterparts on this debate stage. And he was like, because I'm fucking trying to be the mayor of New York. I don't give a shit about going to Israel. Like, that is a moment of naked honesty that every single person intrinsically understands. And yet they also understand another thing. The fact that many politicians will refuse to say the truth like that for some weird reason, right? Those moments of clarity, those moments of honesty help so much. They allow you to chart a different path. They allow you to break through the noise. They allow you to rise up above the rest of the political class because people also get it. People get it. Donald Trump had so many moments like that in 2016 on the debate stage where he would point to everyone else and go, as a billionaire, I've bought all these guys. Now, obviously, he's still a corrupt monster, but the point remains that politicians rarely ever deploy the truth. If you have truth and justice on your side and you say it out loud, you can have confidence that the masses will respond in kind. You can have confidence that the masses will understand where you're coming from. And they will reward you with loyalty. Ryan Grimm has a clever little, summarization of some of the common sense things Trump said today that were nevertheless shocking. Everybody else has ballistic missiles. Why can't Iran? The frozen money belonged to Iran, and the U.S. needed to release it. Otherwise, nobody would trust the dollar system. Why should we steal their money? Neighboring countries use nuclear power for electricity. Why can't Iran? Israel shouldn't knock down entire buildings in Beirut every time a drone or two crashes harmlessly in the desert. Trump would have become Herbert Hoover in the next few weeks once oil ran out and the market crashed. He had no choice but to end the war. That's it. These are not rare things that people can comprehend. These are actually very commonplace opinions amongst the masses, at least amongst the masses that are knowledgeable on the issue. These are things I say all the time. And yet, while most people get it, there is still this environment in mainstream outlets in polite society where, like, you're not supposed to say those things. So when Trump comes out and says those things, a lot of people go, wait a minute, he's right. We don't have any confidence in the masses. We don't believe that the average person is capable of seeing right from wrong, or the average person is capable of seeing the truth when someone says it. A lot of our politicians are afraid. They're afraid that they're going to get bullied by the media. They see figures that do actually come out and say the truth, and the way that the media treats them, the way that the lobbyists treat them, the way that they are, the way that they're turned into pariahs in polite society. Well, you don't need polite society. You don't need societal elites to back you. You need the people to back you. Okay? And if you say the fucking truth, the people will back you. Trump uses that as an opportunity. He wields that as a weapon in an environment where none of our political class want to say the truth. He has those rare, honest moments that he basically wields like a knife, like a hot knife cutting through butter. And that is how he gains tremendous amounts of leverage, tremendous amounts of influence that he uses for nefarious purpose. No, that one is the last one. Yeah, that's the last one. That one's the middle one. Democrats held the House, Senate, and presidency for 2 straight years from 2021 to 2023. Why didn't you steal frozen Iranian funds or start a private investment vehicle to cure cancer during that time? Why didn't you end homelessness? Do you actually care about these things, or do you only bring them up to score points against a historic peace deal? For what it's worth, both parties are allergic to holding up executive and legislative branches specifically because people start asking these kinds of questions. Yes. I love this because in a moment of sundowning lucidity, despite everything actually happening, he said something wholly true, and now everyone is rushing to defend American hegemony.
Yeah. You said in the press conference, you said you don't mind Iran having ballistic missiles. Can you elaborate on that? I want to make sure we understand your position.
No, I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some.
It's just objectively true. And it's so funny that Trump gets to say this now. I'm glad that someone is saying it, and I'm glad that the person saying it is on a fucking bully pulpit. Okay? Because I've been saying it for fucking years, and when I do, people call me a goddamn terrorist. Now, of course, I don't think that's going to change. Trump supporters will still, on the one hand, say, oh, well, my president said it, so it must be true. And then simultaneously say, oh, well, Hasan, you're saying it Islamic style, and therefore you're a fucking terrorist. But this is a normal truth that everyone can comprehend. It's a basic truth. It's a simple truth that everyone can comprehend. What sovereign nation would remove or restrict their defensive capabilities at the behest of fucking Israel? Why is the United States of America, supposedly a separate country than the nation state of Israel, making these decisions or forcing a foreign country, a foreign sovereign state, to restrict their striking capabilities so that they can't fucking restrain Israel if Israel gets to be an expansionist project, a destabilizing factor in the region? Yeah, they'd call Hasan a terrorist for saying this. Trump, if other countries have ballistic missiles, it's a little bit unfair for Iran to not have one. No, they'll call him a terrorist because he supports terrorist groups vocally. There it is, immediately. Hasan said he wants Iran to have nukes. They did call him a terrorist for saying almost exactly this. Yes, because he's a terrorist sympathizer. Duh. Would be the least terrorist agenda thing he's ever said, to be honest. It's so funny because, again, this is just objectively true. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is saying it. It doesn't matter if I'm saying it. It doesn't matter if the Iranian leadership is saying it. It doesn't matter if the Israeli leadership is saying it. It's still true, right? And yet there are a lot of people on Twitter who are completely fucking brain poisoned. There are a lot of people who watch mainstream media and read mainstream outlets and legacy publishers and think they're making educated guesses on this stuff, that look at an objectively true statement like this and go, no, I don't agree with it. They don't go beyond it, though. They don't even explore why they don't agree with it. They don't even explore why this is an objectively true statement. Nobody cares about anything. We all live in post-truth. It's all cocked all the way down. Nobody has principles. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Republican senator officially proclaims Iran has a right to defend itself. We're clearly living in a new reality. Iran demonstrated its strength and resilience. Now it has a sovereign right, previously only given to Israel. Cannot overstate how disastrous this war was for hawks. Now, the irony, of course, and I need to repeat this over and over again, and I will continue to do so, the only reason why we arrived at this position is because Israel got everything it wanted. Those war hawks, those neocons in the United States of America got everything they wanted. They have been fantasizing about this moment their whole lives. They've been fantasizing about striking Iran their whole fucking lives. And they got it. They finally got it. Trump gave them exactly what they wanted. And they realized, or at least Trump realized, that they bit off far more than they could chew. This is America's dog catching the car moment. Lucky for us, at least Trump is selfish enough and narcissistic enough and worried enough about the markets that he is not doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, going up the escalation ladder and going all the way to boots on the ground military warfare to completely collapse the global energy markets, right? But this is it. The dog caught the car.
Senator, are you okay with Iran having missiles?
You know, I'm hesitating. I'd prefer that they not. I certainly don't want them to have long-distance missiles. I don't want them to have nuclear-armed missiles. I would prefer they didn't. But I don't think that's the key issue here. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. And I just kind of come back to the big picture here, is that the Middle East countries like this agreement.
You think Iran needs to be able to defend itself?
I do. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. Otherwise...
Beast mode. Beast mode. Fucking beast mode, dude. This reminds me of Donald Trump's anti-war hawk rhetoric that was unbelievably popular with the base. He never followed through on it, obviously. But like that, there's an appetite for that isolationist framework. There's an appetite for it amongst the masses. They hear that and they go, yeah, why are we spending so much fucking money blowing up other countries, man? An important lesson to learn here is for any leftist in the future, you can harness that energy. You can harness the demand of the masses.
Is that we turn this into a forever war. You're never going to get them short of boots on the ground, an unconditional agreement, if you will. But again, what I'm getting at here is this agreement has the support of most of the countries in the Middle East, and I think that's going to give it more of a long-lasting relationship.
Yeah. The other countries also want this to happen because they've realized that there is no way out of this and that Israel is the real destabilizer. Anyway, here's JD Vance also using this opportunity because they are fucking much better room readers to shit on Israel, to abdicate responsibility from the hands of the Americans and give it to Israel. Iran won this war objectively. Here's another example. Italy decided to reopen its embassy in Tehran. It's over. Iran, going forward, if Israel doesn't fuck this deal up somehow, and I still think they might try, but the stakes are far higher now. The stakes are far higher. People are looking to blame someone, and many will blame Israel. Israel deserves a lot of this blame. America deserves a lot of this blame as well. Americans, the American government, will now blame Israel to abdicate its own responsibility in this endeavor. Okay? Israel will fall on that sword. And they will fall on it gladly because they love fucking chirping. They never shut the fuck up. They're the most arrogant, entitled country on the fucking planet. Petulant little children. They'll play that role so perfectly, not realizing what they're doing. And America and people like JD Vance and even Donald Trump will throw them under the bus going forward. Here's one example of that.
Go ahead.
If Democrats had a sufficient response that blamed Israel from the start, perhaps the Republicans would look like they're biting off the steez of the Democrats here. But they didn't do it. They didn't say the truth from the start. They were too afraid to say the truth. So now Trump and JD Vance are going to look like they are the ones who own the anti-Israel lane. Because the Democrats are fucking stupid. Remember that. They were too busy yelling at me. They were too busy trying to stop the insurgency. that understands the moment, that wants to make. They were too busy getting their fucking APAC contributions through different subsidiaries and shell corporations. And so many dumb people are going to let Trump and Vance abdicate responsibility. The populist coalition types like Glenn Greenwald are so thrilled over this because they get to defend Trump and Vance. Again, is the true America first anti-Israel people don't fall for it, everyone. Brother, it's not even falling for it at this point, though. If the Democrats are letting this happen, then yeah, it's not even falling for it because the Democrats are not fucking... The Democrats have not stood by from the jump and said, we should not be going to war with Iran. Iran is a sovereign country. This is fucking totally ridiculous. Donald Trump is getting goaded into this war by Israel. What the fuck are we doing? Over and over again. Instead of saying that over and over again, they kept saying, oh, well, I just think personally that, Iran is the big bad. It's an ontologically evil entity. But Trump is not following the fucking process. Trump is not following the process. You should follow the process. We'll sit idly by and allow Donald Trump to do all of this stuff, and then we'll wag our fucking fingers. I was there. We were all there. We saw it unfold. We talked about it. And now that the MOU is here, they're chirping about the fucking MOU because they're a bunch of morons. Imagine if the Democrats were, from the jump, critical of the nature of the relationship with Israel, critical of Donald Trump's actions, not giving any credence to why Donald Trump is doing this, and instead spent every waking moment saying, no war, no war, no war, just peace. Israel is goading us into this war. It's fucking bullshit. Donald Trump is the most compromised president of all time. What the fuck's going on? Right? Now they would have built sufficient credibility in this space so that when J.D. Vance and Donald Trump start blaming Israel, they could go, hey, we're the ones who told you so, right? They could turn around and say, we told you this was dumb. We told you this was stupid. We already had a guy. His name is Barack Obama. He did the JCPOA, much better option. It's important to establish credibility ahead of time, okay? Anyone with a fucking brain could have seen this is that is precisely the reason why for months on end I kept yelling, saying, Democrats, bring up the JCPOA. Talk about Barack Obama's pivotal accomplishment. Talk about the importance of diplomacy. Don't give any fucking credence to the Republicans for why we must wage war with Iran. Talk about the weird relationship between Donald Trump and Israel and how much Israel has goaded the Trump administration into taking action that they should not have taken. Oh, I said it over and over again. Of course, nobody fucking listens to me. So now in this moment, the Trump administration, that are better room readers than the Democrats are overall, will turn around and take advantage of this opportunity and say, oh, it's Israel. It's Israel's fault. Don't look at us. We didn't do anything. Israel did this. Israel should shut the fuck up. And of course, because there's so much appetite, and that's why I'm saying I'm conflicted on this issue as well. There's so much appetite to finally say fuck Israel from the masses that we will celebrate this moment. And it's tough not to celebrate this moment because there is no alternative on the Democratic side that has said this, with the exception of Ro Khanna every now and then. What Democrat has come out and said this exact statement about Israel that J.D. Vance is about to deliver right here?
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon.
I gotta pee.
There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal because I think the president's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, But to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
Yes, it's true. I've never fucking heard Kamala Harris say that. I've never heard Joe Biden say that. And I've never heard a prominent Democrat say these words. Imagine a world where Democrats were saying these true things, even from a sinister, cynical, and totally partisan framework. He's pulling a have you said thank you, Israel, to Israel. Something that I ironically said when he was doing that to fucking Zelensky. I was like, he should be doing this to Israel. Well, now he is.
The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
We're saying these true, objectively true statements for the last couple of years, for the last couple of years, especially after Israel goaded this dipshit admin into waging war with Iran that we lost while propping up the JCPOA. Imagine how much more credibility the Dems would have at this moment. Instead, they offered silly process criticisms, yelled at their left flank, were saying, yelled at their left flank. And now MAGA will get to abdicate responsibility for its fuck-ups while the Dems shit on the MOU. Imagine if prominent Democrats were saying these objectively true statements for the last couple of years, especially after Israel goaded this dipshit admin into waging war with Iran that we lost while propping up the JCPOA. Imagine how much more credibility Dems would have at this moment. Instead, they offered silly process criticisms, legitimized the reasons for waging war, while legitimizing the reasons for waging war, yelled at their anti-Zionist left flank, and now MAGA will get to abdicate responsibility for its fuck-ups while the Dems and dump it on Israel while the Dems shit on the MOU. The false rationale for waging war. Fox News is shitting on you again for your Breakfast Club interview. Fox News hasn't gotten the memo yet that Donald Trump is about to say the same shit about Israel that I've been saying. Okay? Trump is like a couple weeks out from saying Israel has no right to defend itself. Israel has no right to exist as an apartheid state. Instead, they offered silly process criticisms while legitimizing the false rationale for waging war, yelled at their anti-Zionist left flank, actively tried to deplatform their anti-Zionist left flank, You have to be a real fucking baboon if you think I've paid a single dime to Elon Musk, you fucking idiot. I'm a power user on Twitter and I have 1,000,007 followers. Elon Musk gave me that blue check mark for free so that all these other dumbasses buy it because they think it's actually still a legitimate thing and not just like something that porn bots and cryptocurrency hucksters purchase. Instead, they offered silly process criticisms while legitimizing the false rationale for waging war, actively tried to deplatform their anti-Zionist left flank, and now MAGA will get to abdicate responsibility for its fuck-ups and dump it on Israel while the Dems shit on the MOU. Yeah. I choose my words very carefully in moments like that. And nothing I said on The Breakfast Club is even remotely objectionable. It is actually objectively true. And it's ironically enough, something that the majority believes, which is precisely the reason why when Fox News is fucking chirping about it and Fox News is trying to present it as some sort of like super radical perspective, super radical framework, what they don't realize is they're showing me to a broader audience that most likely will agree with what I have to say, especially in a moment like this, when Donald Trump is also shitting on Israel. AIPAC, by the way, is of course up to its own fucking tricks. New poll, 71% of Israelis don't trust Trump. Nice. New N12 news poll on Trump after the MOU with Iran. 71% of Israelis do not trust Trump to preserve Israel's interest in a final deal with Iran. Just 13% still believe Trump. Great. People wildly overestimate how smart Israelis are. They arrogantly thought they were 4D chess masters by dumping the last Zionist true believers, Biden-Harris, for the more gullible Trump, assuming MAGA yokels could always be led by the nose and would never bite them. Yeah, these guys are much more vicious, okay? What they don't realize is, like, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were ideologically Zionists, okay? They were zealots. Trump looks like an ultra-Zionist from a mile away because of all the things that he's done for Israel. But at the end of the day, he's a selfish fucking asshole. And that selfishness can actually turn on Israel. He has dumped every fucking ally. He has dumped every single person around him under the bus in a moment's notice when things are turning on him. He is a purely transactional narcissist. Yeah. Iran reportedly suspends his trip to Geneva because of Israel's actions. Now, remember, this is still in the works. I've said this already. They can sign an MOU and then things can still change. Now is the real moment for Trump to show exactly how much he wants to maintain credibility while everyone in the media is going to be yelling at him. Because if you remember, I would go so far as to say the most powerful bipartisan force in legacy media and in in Washington D.C. is not just the pro-Israel lobby. It's the defense contractors. It's the military-industrial complex. And the example I will point to you is the bipartisan barrage of hatred that Joe Biden received for pulling out of Afghanistan. That was objectively the right thing to do, and I defended it. I defended it endlessly, and I still defend it to this day. It was the right thing to do. Everything else we did after pulling out of Afghanistan was disgusting, monstrous, freezing their assets, refusing to let them have it, all this stuff. But there was bipartisan enmity towards Joe Biden for doing the right thing, doing the courageous thing, objectively the courageous thing to do. And his legacy would probably be a lot nicer, a lot kinder, if he hadn't then followed through on Israel's genocide, bear-hugging Benjamin Netanyahu, becoming Genocide Joe, right? Now Donald Trump is going to be receiving that same bipartisan enmity. He has been receiving it, and Donald Trump is very responsive. Trump is very responsive to these kinds of attacks. He hates it. But he also has built up a much better resilience to this kind of bipartisan attack than anybody else, because he's been, basically the key man who has changed American politics single-handedly for the past decade. This is Trump's universe that we're living in. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. But here is J.D. Vance again.
But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem.
I'm so jealous, dude. I'm so jealous. I have so much envy, dude. I am Sid Rosenberg color with envy. Why do they get to say this? Why? Why is it that only they say this? These are the same people who are actively trying to fucking prosecute me for saying this. And now they turn around and they say it themselves. And now everyone will go, yeah, that makes sense. I hate this. How is it any different than the Biden administration, though? They also told Israel no on attacking Iran, gave them total leeway in Gaza, and did that they need to listen to us more. And Ben Gvir is the problem stuff that JD is doing now. Even the statement about they can't do everything with forces of Blinken line. Did we just memory hole all this? Yeah, the major difference is the fucking MOU. Biden never in a million years followed through on something as comprehensive and as restrictive to Israel's ultimate desires of destroying Iran as the memorandum of understanding that Donald Trump signed at Versailles last night. Nothing comes close. So yes, when these guys are saying it in the aftermath of the MOU to defend that decision, that is far more impactful than Joe Biden's 700 million red lines. Because if you recall, pre-MOU, they would say things like this every now and then. Oh, Donald Trump is really mad. Donald Trump is having a come to Jesus moment. Donald Trump is fucking telling Benjamin Netanyahu, he's using the F word. He's saying fuck, right? He's saying fuck. He's really upset, right? What was I saying back then? This is bullshit. Until the ink is dry on some kind of deal, until the naval assets are retreating from the region, none of these words mean anything. And now these words mean everything. Do you understand? That's the biggest difference. Saying these things right now in the aftermath of signing a memorandum of understanding that genuinely reshapes our foreign policy, puts the United States of America back in the driver's seat of our men of policy, which, by the way, I don't even think is going to be decent in the long run, but takes it away from Israel, is unbelievably impactful.
Ever more unpopular. And I know from speaking to many of my Jewish friends around the world, whether it be London, New York, LA, or further afield, they're all very concerned about this. So this idea that Netanyahu represents what most Jewish people think, for example, I think is for the birds.
I'm not aware of a single Nazi official who was as openly bloodthirsty as Ben Gvir, including Goebbels, who was a nutcase, in my opinion. And, you know, they, of course, were all executed. The ones who survived the war were executed at Nuremberg. We don't actually have visibility into what's happened in Gaza because they've murdered so many journalists and no one's allowed in to see it. But we know over 100,000 people have been killed, most of them non-combatants, tens of thousands of women and children.
This is ironically the same gripe that I've always had with allowing Tucker Carlson to occupy this space as like one of the key figures of the anti-Israel movement, right? The Democratic Party was universally in opposition to our allegiance to the state of Israel. Right now, most people will be looking at J.D. Vance and going, oh, you're just repeating what the Democrats are saying, right? The average person would look at this and go, wow, you're just repeating what Chuck Schumer has said a million times over. Now, obviously, this is a laughable. I'm just using Chuck Schumer as a joke because obviously he is a joke and he's an insane dick rider of Israel, an ultra-Zionist. But like in a world where we have a competent opposition party that was already there, in a world where we already had a competent opposition party, a competent opposition media framework where the entire movement was in the hands of a responsive opposition party that represented anti-Zionism openly. When these guys come out and fucking finally say the truth, people will be like, we've heard it before. We've heard it from the Democrats. Do you understand? But what did the Democrats do for the last 3 months? What did so many key prominent Democrats, including senators, including congresspersons, do? What did they do? They yelled at me. And at the time, I said over and over again, what the fuck are you guys doing? How am I the story? They're waging war in Iran and we're losing that war. Talk about that. Talk about Israel's involvement in this. Talk about Israel's level of unprecedented influence in this administration that finally goaded the Trump administration to do the unthinkable. And they kept calling me a radical and a terrorist and an anti-Semite for it. Democrats were doing that. They were too invested in that. They were too invested in stopping the socialist momentum that has grassroots mobilization, that has all the support in this fucking country right now. It's unbelievable. I feel like I am forced to relitigate the same failures of 2016 and the same failures of 2024 for the rest of my fucking life. Forever. Forever and ever. Stop yapping. It's the hype train. Time to carry the flame. Oh, shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the People's Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today is experiencing a hype train. If you'd like to support independent media, please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or gift subs. And at level 10 hype train, we will carry the flame. Here's one of those Democrats that I'm talking about. Okay, here's one of those Democrats that I'm talking about. Josh Gottheimer. My statement on the agreement between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I am totally dumbfounded by this agreement and, like many, in a state of disbelief. After spending his presidency crowing about America's strength and leadership in the world, Donald Trump signed a document that screams weakness and desperation. Let me be clear. The Iranian regime is a brutal, tyrannical regime and a sworn enemy of the American people under the banner Death to America. They are the world's leading state sponsor of terror and have American blood on their hands. The Iranian regime deserves to be crushed for its decades of relentless terror against us, our allies, and the repressive rule of the Iranian people, resulting in the brutal massacres and executions of its own people for seeking freedom. Yet we got nothing. Not one core objective was meaningfully met. No agreement on nuclear weapons, no agreement on ballistic missiles, no agreement on drones, no agreement on funding of terror proxies. We've seen this movie before in Ukraine and in Gaza, where we're told a better deal is coming in the next stage, but it never materializes. In a rush to claim a win, we seem to be selling out Israel, our key democratic ally in the fight against terror, along with our Gulf partners who have faced relentless Iranian missile and drone attacks. The Gulf partners wanted this. Israel didn't, you fucking stooge. Again, Josh Gottheimer is a dog to Israel, okay? We are forced to stop the hemorrhaging. I fuck with your tie heavy? Yeah. Say, this servile stooge to Israel spent the last 3 months crying about me, and now when we are forced to stop the hemorrhaging, he comes out with this AIPAC press release. Put Americans above the interests of Israel for once in your life. Disgusting. Throughout this war, there's been zero transparency in the Congress of the American public. So in this instance, for the sake of our country, I actually hope there are some hidden favorable terms the administration is hiding in their pocket. As it stands, I won't be able to support this agreement when ultimately it comes before Congress, which it must. Yeah. Where were the fucking demands to restrain American militarism when the American military was behaving like a mercenary brand for the Israeli state? Where was Josh Gottheimer then? To make matters worse, by every measure, this agreement is an abject failure, full of sanctions relief, and is akin to, or potentially worse than, the flawed JCPOA under President Obama. He's literally shitting on the JCPOA here. Josh Gottheimer is shitting on the JCPOA. A fucking animal, this guy is. All right, I'll play the Israeli version of We Are Charlie Kirk if we actually fucking hit the hype train, okay? We're at level 5 and only 1 minute remaining for a very special day. If we hit level 10 hype train, I will play the Israeli We Are Charlie Kirk. Gift subscriptions now. Barack. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Israelis yearn for Biden. Biden save us. It's awesome. There's also, I saw this. There's also the Phoenix emoji. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 10. Hasan's fake glasses, thank you for the 5. Puka Numa. Cleo, thank you for the 10. Oh my God, people are going fucking crazy for the We Are Charlie Kirk Hebrew remix. The original version, some might say. God damn. God damn, son. Level 7 hype train. The other one is the Israelis are chanting Markbar Amerika. Instead of saying, they're saying death to America, dude. The Israelis are chanting, yeah, we will join the Iranians' chant of death to America. Welcome to the third world, Israel. Israel joins the many developing nations of the world, the nations of the periphery, in chanting death to America. Oh, my Lord. Level 8 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Level 8 hype train. Support public, support independent media. Support the Pikers Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today to get all your latest needs in commentary. Buried in a Times article about Israel's reaction to the deal is an Israeli government minister admitting they brought the U.S. into the war. Amichai Chikli, the diaspora affairs minister, speculated in a radio interview that Mr. Netanyahu would know how to say no to Mr. Trump about pulling out of Lebanon, just as he knew how to bring the United States into this war. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at level 9 hype train. We're only one level away from We Are Charlie Kirk Israeli patriotic song. More cope. We'll look at more tears and more cope from the yeshiva frat leader says the entire pro-Israel political class threw their capital into replacing the best presidential ally they could ask for with the most bribable man alive, and none of them foresaw this backfiring. Yep. Now, this is far too, I mean, we are celebrating this far too soon, in my opinion, because it's not done yet. And I need to urge caution here. Okay? I need to urge caution here. But what I will not caution you is reaching level 10 in the hype train, which we are almost about to reach at level 9 hype train at 94%. But I will urge caution that this deal has not been finalized yet. Okay? So remember, Israel will try to fuck this up. Israel will try to fuck this deal up every single day until the deal is done, until the ceasefire negotiations are implemented, and even every single day after that. Biden said the same things JD and Trump did in December. Biden warns Israel is losing support over his war. No, this isn't. Again, this is meaningless because it doesn't come with a memorandum of understanding against Iran, which is Israel's #1 op. And at that point, we are at level 10 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it started. Fuck, this is... Bro, this is literally the one time Charlie Kirk doesn't look like Charlie Kirk. How is that possible? How is it possible that every piece of AI that has been generated about Charlie Kirk, or not even about Charlie Kirk, looks like Charlie Kirk? And this is the one time where he doesn't look like himself. How is that possible? All right, none of the Charlie Kirks look like Charlie Kirk. What the fuck is going on? Why are none of the Charlie Kirks looking like Charlie Kirk? This is the one time Kirkification is fucked up. Did you see they removed the gospel line? Yeah, I think this is like, I don't think this was made by haters. I think this was made sincerely. The klezmer clarinet threw me off at first, but I think I'm coming around to it not being anti-Semitic. No, it is anti-Semitic because it was made by an Israeli, and everything Israelis make is automatically anti-Semitic. But it's not anti-Semitic in the way where you're like, oh, is this a fucking like neo-Nazi, like a Christian neo-Nazi who's like trying to fucking shit on Jews? Like, no, it's like sincerely a fucking Likudnik, or maybe even like a Otzma Yehudit fan who made this. Yeah, this is stylistically exactly how Israeli music is made. Is 100% an Israeli. Yes, that's why I checked to see if this was like a. I checked to see if this was like actually someone who was like, oh, look at how fucking stupid the Jews are or whatever. No, it turns out it's like unironically an Israeli who made this, because these are all the other things that they've made. And it's awesome. It's incredible. I mean, this was sincerely made. I am from Israel and this is my art. Okay, that's what this is. Hello, I am from Israel and this is my art. Yes, this is some deep Israeli lore shit. You don't make this if you just run-of-the-mill neo-Nazi. Yeah, no, this is like sincerely someone who is probably currently living in Israel who made this. Oh my fucking God, their ad is Filipino Zionist femboy. Anyway, yeah, we did that. We carried the flame. Maybe we'll carry it again. Maybe this will be a day where we double carry the flame, but that was incredible. Anyway, I'm so fucking mad at Josh Gottheimer. Yeah, Derek Davison says, Vance is an amoeba. He will ooze himself into whatever shape he thinks will best advance his career, which is his only core principle. If Democrats let him own this land going into 2028, they are even dumber than I thought they were. And I'll be honest with you, I think Democrats are that dumb. Like, I can see them doing that.
Is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have.
Why are the tides turning so quickly? Wow, Clinton, it was a constant push. Netanyahu Barack would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. You're saying you were being played by Israel all the time, by an ally that receives an enormous amount of aid? Of course. Oh, wow, I can't believe it. Hillary Rodham Clinton came out on 92nd Street Y and fucking said the truth about what Israel has been doing. Let's hear what Hillary Clinton was saying like last month about our allegiance to Israel. Oh, that's right. She was shitting on the anti-Zionist youth for not knowing the truth about Israel and how wonderful of an ally Israel is. This is exactly the type of shit that I'm talking about when I say you have to be consistent. People are not stupid, okay? The average person, no matter how dumb we may perceive them to be, is not so dumb that they can't sense hypocrisy, okay? That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. That's why I keep saying Democrats should have been on this tip from the jump. It absolutely is worthwhile to establish credibility before the tide turns, okay? This is why having moral conviction on these issues matter. This is why having moral conviction on these issues matter. This is why I always stress the importance. So whenever people come out and they're like, Daria Lisa was at the October 8th, 2023 anti-Israel protest. Yeah, of course she was, because she's been fucking aware of what Israel's been doing for decades, because October 7th didn't just happen overnight for no reason. Israel has been an occupier and an apartheid state that was ethnically cleansing, slowly but surely, the Palestinian population for 75 years at that point. What the fuck kind of take is this, where we're just like, oh yeah, we have to punish these people for being right? Like, oh, they were accidentally, or not even accidentally, but they were prematurely anti-fascist? Really? It's important to have real fighters that have real moral conviction and have the courage to say the truth in inopportune moments. The NatSec people have been saying stuff like that for years. They love Israel for what it does for the U.S., but Israel also annoys the hell out of them. Going back to Reagan, we have a million stories about that. The problem is that they complain but don't stop sending bombs to Israel. Clinton did, Obama did, Biden did, Trump did. I agree. I know. That's what I'm talking about, though. You're misunderstanding my point. My point is you have to be consistent, okay? And you have to sometimes make bold decisions. Biden never did. That's why his red lines looked ridiculous right now with Donald Trump. Right now with Donald Trump, this is a unique moment because if followed through, if there's follow through on this MOU, if Israel is forced, if Israel is forcibly restrained, if ties are cut off with Israel in a meaningful capacity because of Israel's, inevitable spoiler in this MOU, because they will play that role. They are going to fucking continue bombing Lebanon. They might even bomb Iran. Who knows, right? At that point, if Trump actually fucking restrains Israel, then it's real. Do I have confidence that he will? I do not. I do not have confidence that Trump will restrain Israel. I need you to understand this. But the reason why I'm criticizing the Democrats here is because of that prediction. The prediction that I have that Israel will fuck this up. And when that happens, Democrats should not be saying, oh, thank God the fucking memorandum of understanding has fallen apart and now Trump is failing to pick up the pieces. They should be saying, we got to cut this shit out. They should be saying the MOU is good. We shouldn't have waged war from the start. They should have been there already. Yes, I glazed Biden after the Afghan withdrawal, and I'm glazing Trump after he signed the MOU. Because I care about the actual impact. I care about the actual policies. I don't give a shit about partisanship. If Donald Trump tomorrow came out and was like, we're doing Medicare for all, which would never happen, but like in a totally ridiculous hypothetical, if Donald Trump came out and was like, I'm doing Trump care. Fuck Obamacare, I'm doing Trump care. It's Medicare for all. No more private healthcare in this country. You think I wouldn't fucking eat his dick and balls? Of course I would. I'd be like, this is the most amazing achievement. I don't give a shit that it's Trump doing it. I would be fucking honest about it.
And pussy too.
You were right about sniffing hypocrisy. Even this dumbass did. Trump's new Israel stance such bullshit. They're blowing up whole apartment buildings. Unlike your entire presidency, when you were seeing kids pulled out of the rubble, you just now noticed, sure, Trump's new stance is a midterm stance, nothing more. I know. Even the stupids are up in arms. Good. Ryan Grimm responded to your tweet about the Dems. Netanyahu deliberately cost Democrats a presidential election and still they wouldn't say 10% of this stuff. Yes. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but why is it different for Trump to do this MOU than it was for what Hillary was talking about? That is restraining Israel from attacking Iran in the first place. They wanted to every single day of the Biden and Obama admins, but never did. The only difference is Trump let them do it in the first place, still saying the MOU is great news because this memorandum of understanding is the most comprehensive ceasefire and long-standing commitment to peace that greatly reroutes and restructures the entire region away from the interests of Israel, because Israel's primary interest under the Obama administration, when Clinton was the Secretary of State, and certainly under the Biden administration, and certainly under Trump 1, and even far before then, Israel's primary goal always was to destroy Iran. The reason why Israel always wanted to destroy Iran was because Iran was the only sovereign nation in the region that would actually restrain Israel by its proxy militias that it propped up and offered logistical support to, and offered, training support to. The proxy militias such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Shia militias in Iraq, and also in Syria as well. The Hezbollah was also operating inside of Syrian borders as well. The Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. And this always presented a real threat in Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but mostly Hamas in Gaza. This always presented some kind of military deterrence, a threat to Israel's ambitions of territorial expansion. Israel wanted to destroy this threat. And in an effort to destroy this, Israel goaded America over and over and over again for decades to go and wage war with Iran, right? They always wanted to do this. So if that's the primary goal of Israel here, this memorandum of understanding completely rewrites that. This memorandum of understanding says, we're done. We're washing our hands of this entire endeavor. We're leaving this in the hands of the Gulf nations to deal with Iran as an even partner. We are going to normalize relations with Iran. Now, I'm not saying this memorandum of understanding is going to go through, but this deal is perhaps the most comprehensive fuck you to Israel. And it's not even about Lebanon. A lot of the Israelis are really frustrated about the Lebanese part of this equation. Oh, Israel can't attack Lebanon. It's an Iranian proxy, but we can't you're treating us like an American proxy, and you're telling us we have to restrain ourselves. They're stupid. The real anger here from Israeli leadership is not coming because Israel is for the first time ever being forcibly restrained in Lebanon. They've been restrained in Lebanon before. Ronald Reagan did it, for example, right? George H.W. Bush did it. Numerous other American presidents have told Israel, cut it out. Joe Biden did it in 2021. The reason why Israel is freaking the fuck out over this, even though to the onlookers it seems like they're frustrated because they're so entitled and they've realized, oh my God, like we can't fucking get away with blowing up Lebanon anymore, but I'll die. You literally want the Holocaust to happen if I can't kill Lebanese children. Like, that's not the point. That's what it sounds like to the average person. But the real point here is that this writes Israel out of the driver's seat in our MENA policy, and it actually normalized relations with the only sovereign country in that region that has the military capabilities and the interest in restraining Israel. This is the biggest fuck you to Israel that I have ever seen from any American presidency if this memorandum of understanding actually is followed through on. That's what's huge about this. And that's precisely the reason why there is a massive panic amongst AIPAC and amongst the Zionist lobby and the Israeli thinkers that are losing their minds over it. Because I do believe that they got caught a little bit off guard here. Maybe I'm being a little too hopeful, but my point obviously is that they will still try to fuck this deal up regardless. But that's why it's so much more consequential than anything that Hillary Rodham Clinton has ever said, anything that even the Obama administration did. Because prior to this MOU, prior to this memorandum of understanding, the biggest fuck you to Israel was the JCPOA. This memorandum of understanding literally changes the dynamic entirely. The JCPOA gave a fuck ton of assurances to Israel. That's when we did our MOU with Israel, the 10-year-long, $3.8 billion a year deal for the Israeli defense systems, where we were just, giving them money to purchase the Tamir interceptors. That came as a cost for the Obama administration. Israel was so unbelievably mad about the Obama administration maintaining its own sovereign interests in the way that they were negotiating with Israel's number one enemy in the region, that we had to bribe them. We had to give them $40 billion fucking dollars this last goddamn decade in exchange for Israel allowing us to engage in a denuclearization agreement with Iran. Trump is undoubtedly doing a good thing by ending the war, and we should give credit for that, but I just don't see how this is such a break from protocol. I don't know how else to explain it, man. There's definitely a difference on sanctions, good, but on restraining Israel, they are the same policy. No. I don't know why you don't see this. We can give Israel all the fucking weapons in the world going forward. Iran was able to fight militarily and restrain the United States of America going forward. If Iran draws a red line, that is going to have more consequences. It's completely like I keep repeating over and over again. The entire purpose of restraining Israel is to regain American sovereignty in American foreign policy in this region. Okay? The whole point of this memorandum of understanding is that it dramatically shifts our MENA policy away from Israel back into the hands of the American State Department, which, by the way, again, probably also indecent. Make no fucking mistake. AIPAC sent out a memo. It's awesome. The MOU opens the possibility that Iran will be left with a significant nuclear capability. The agreement includes no provisions to address Iran's support for terrorism or its missile or drone program. It's great. CNN has obtained a new book by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, reveals how Trump compared himself to Mao, Stalin, Attila the Hun, and how a top aide found him with superglue trying to decorate the Oval Office. Just wait. You'll see. We'll see. I suspect we'll see in the upcoming days rare Epstein files that we didn't even know existed. Okay. Yeah. It's not shocking to me that he's compared himself to, these people. He can't hold a candle to Stalin nor Mao. Maybe Adolf Hitler makes sense. Iran will learn lessons and build a modern air force once the sanctions are lifted. The next time we are forced to embark on an existential war against it, a completely different Iran will await us, the source added. Our air superiority will no longer be taken for granted. Trump, who was supposed to be the messiah of Israel's security, has become the man who has abandoned us. Building an air force from a politically compromised Western supply chains would be a huge mistake that Iran seems aware not to make. The Pakistani experience shows that it's possible now to build a potent air force that at much lower cost through China. Also, let's go back to Danny Citrinowicz, Middle East national security expert, one of the only Atlantic Council non-resident fellows that has actively been off the let's go to war with Iran train since the start, basically, since it was apparent that America was losing this war by like week one. Danny Citrinowicz, to give him credit, has been actively trying to find new avenues, new exit ramps. So let's hear what he had to say. AIPAC's response, along with statements from Senator Lindsey Graham and others, underscores the central challenge Israel faces regarding a potential nuclear agreement with Iran. No one is going to outflank President Trump from the right on this issue. Whatever Trump ultimately decides will define U.S. policy, and Israel cannot realistically hope for a future president in the White House who will reverse that decision. If Trump himself reaches the strategic conclusion that the Iranian regime is not going anywhere and that a negotiated arrangement is preferable to continued confrontation, the debate is effectively over. It is highly unlikely that a future president would take a significantly tougher approach. The campaign has already exposed numerous... I don't think so, by the way. I think a Democrat... I can see a fucking ultra-Zionist Democrat trying to an AIPAC-backed ultra-Zionist Democrat doing this shit. Straight up. I can see it. I've lost all hope in American politics. It's so hard for me to fucking look at what's going on with the Democratic Party so far and the way that they're moving around this issue and the way... Like, it's going to be like Josh Gottheimer, President Josh Gottheimer, President Josh Shapiro, who's like, we have to do a nuclear first strike policy against Iran. Oh my God. Yeah, 2028 primary will have 3 AIPAC candidates. Anyway, yeah, we're going to have Josh Gottheimer going up against Josh Shapiro, going up against Cory Booker. And they're going to be fucking on that stage fighting each other over the microphone to be like, I'm the one who will do a nuclear first strike. I promise. I'm Israel high. John Fetterman on the sidelines like, America needs another stupid president. Joe Biden was so good. We need an even dumber president that will love Israel more than him. I will stand up and say, hubba-da-ba-da, just like Biden did. This campaign has already exposed numerous shortcomings and potential negative consequences, including the possibility of strengthening the Iranian regime and further entrenching Iran's regional influence through proxies such as Hezbollah in Lebanon. Yet these concerns may be overshadowed by a larger strategic reality for current and future Israeli governments. The likelihood of undertaking a similar military effort against Iran without strong American backing becomes dramatically lower. For Israel, which depends on the United States across a wide range of military, diplomatic, and economic domains, this would represent a major strategic setback. While Israeli leaders often emphasize their ability to act independently against Iran, cope, the reality is that containing or significantly degrading Iran's capabilities without meaningful American support is, for all practical purposes, close to impossible. Pro-Israel groups deliberately turned Israel into a polarized issue and alienated almost a whole Democratic Party for the sake of a war that turned out to be as disastrous as Obama warned them, and is going to end up with a deal far worse for them than JCPOA was. I don't care about what Egg Boy is saying. Egg Boy seemingly is a windsock. Okay, that's all he is. He bloviates. He's empty. He's hollow. He has no worldview of his own. He's just a fucking empty windsock. He blows away with the wind. In a world full of windsocks, be a poop sock. In a world full of windsocks, be a cum sock. Yeah. French President Emmanuel Macron pulls off what could be the greatest diplomatic troll of all time by getting Trump to sign the $300 billion U.S. surrender to Iran deal in Versailles. The ignoramus Trump will have been clueless as to the historical significance of the location. Yeah, it's really funny. I know for a fucking fact this dumbass has no idea what the Versailles Treaty is. And like what its historic significance is, like what this location's historic significance is. And he was like, it's a beautiful palace. I'm signing it in a beautiful palace. What do you want from me? All the Europeans, they love me for doing this. Look at Macron's face. He's fucking smiling ear to ear. It's so funny. Likud said the scrap election ads highlighting Netanyahu-Trump ties in wake of Iran deal. Oh my God, it's so funny. He's surprised he got in bed with a snake and then the snake bit him. Maybe don't push the snake into a war that the snake loses. About this Neera Tanden take. Trump is the snake that poor naive Netanyahu shouldn't have trusted in this scenario. And it's like, Neera, why are you taking the side of one fascist over the other in this circumstance? Like because the hidden implication here is this. What Neera Tanden is saying here is this. Hey, Benjamin Netanyahu, if you stayed with Joe Biden and the Democrats, we would have probably played much better ball with you. Okay? This is such a funny revelation. And given that it was tweeted at 9:20 p.m. our time, which means it was tweeted at 12 midnight, she was probably on box wine and bars while she tweeted this and didn't realize what she was actually saying, which is basically telling Benjamin Netanyahu, I told you so. You should have stayed with the Democrats. We would have let you do genocide without any sort of fucking pushback. Now you got your guy, Donald Trump, and he won't let you do the genocides that you want to do. Epstein guy Howard Nutlick is also displeased. Howard Nutlick appears to shake his head in disappointment as Trump said Israel had little to complain about. Think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked.
They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, the biggest risk was that they'd drop a...
Dude, he always smiles from ear to ear. It's so strange that this is the one time he's not smiling behind him. Yeah. Interesting. How strange. How odd. It's just, how odd, you know?
Nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, baby. You got the best, the most important thing.
Think of it, baby. I'm going to be honest, dude. What a spectacular moment of vindication so far. I mean, virtually every fucking analyst, every high-paid analyst in the blob first agitated to make this war happen, then refused to reckon that it was lost, then kept egging Trump on to continue, and finally, the memorandum of understanding shows what we've all known here at the HasanAbi broadcast, that we were right. That America should have never gone into this war, that Iran militarily defeated the United States of America by not directly defeating American forces, but instead by punishing America as the primary responsible party that is supposed to have this protectorate over by striking at these different profit centers, these forces of capital. They were able to make America bleed and force them to with their newfound leverage, forced America to the negotiation table and make them hold this fucking fat L. And now Trump is talking like a HasanAbi head, saying Iran is a sovereign nation. Of course they're going to have ballistic munitions. Of course they're going to have ballistic missiles. Every sovereign nation does. Of course they're going to have some nuclear production. Every country has that. Of course Israel has to stop. They've gotten completely out of control. This is funny. Lindsey Graham and Mike Wells having a conversation. I love Israel more. No, I love Israel more. No, I love Israel more. Israel is my heart and soul. Israeli officials believe President Trump could potentially delay weapon shipments or impose an arms embargo on Israel in the future if Netanyahu won't withdraw forces from Lebanon. Democrats getting beaten out of an Israeli arms embargo would be hilarious. You gave Donald Trump the keys of the castle, by the way. This is my take for the Republicans as well. You gave Trump the keys of the castle, and he's making these decisions on his own, right? Unitary executive theory. And yeah, sometimes the Mad King might arrive at the correct position due to pure narcissism. That would be fucking amazing, by the way. That would be fucking hilarious. If Donald Trump was the guy that entertained an arms embargo on Israel because Netanyahu is just like not listening to what he's saying. Not saying that this is going to happen, by the way. I do want to point this out. I don't think this is going to happen. I still think Donald Trump is a dick eater for Israel. But I do want to think of a better world out there where Donald Trump, due to his petulant, narcissistic nature, is so frustrated with Israel that he's just like, enough.
You and your colleagues just
Here, let's hear what Rokana is saying on this issue, by the way.
upend this president's agenda. Is that what's happening right now with this MOU with Iran?
No, I actually support the agreement and bringing the war to an end. I have always supported bringing the war to an end. I will say, though, that this agreement is not as good as what the JCPOA was. And let me just give you 3 factual reasons. First, under the JCPOA, 97% of the enriched uranium was removed from Iran. Under this agreement, it simply dilutes it. Second, the JCPOA had the Security Council resolution as a force of law with intrusive IAEA inspections. That still has not been achieved. And most problematically, we're going to be on the hook to raise $300 billion for Iran's economic development and reconstruction. Not U.S. taxpayer money, but raising that money. Why aren't we focused on the economic development and reconstruction of Middleton, Ohio, Johnstown, Pennsylvania, or putting $300 billion to be raised for child care or health care for Americans?
Well, all very important points and good ones. Let me just say that President Trump has made the comment that at some point in the future, when things calm down, the U.S. will go back into Iran, get that
Maria Bartiromo
uranium, destroy that uranium, whether destroyed in Iran or in America or somewhere else. They are planning.
Isn't this better than the JCPOA? Yeah, better for Iran, not better for like American domination, if that's your attitude. Obviously, our attitude here at the HasanAbi broadcast is different. I think it was Norm Finkelstein who said something so brilliant about this, where he was just like, I'm not on any side. I'm not on the side of one state over the other. I'm on the side of justice, right? And this deal is just. It's the beginning phases of justice. So if you're on the side of justice, then of course you're not going to be on the side of America in this endeavor. You're not going to be on the side of Israel in this endeavor. You don't have to be on the side of Iran in this endeavor. You just have to be on the side of what is correct, what is moral to do, what is just to do. Right? Yeah, he said this, yeah.
I'm not. If America does wrong, I'm not going to be America first.
Yeah, he says, if America does wrong, I'm not going to be America first. In Vietnam, I didn't want the U.S. to win. I don't want the U.S. to win in Iran. I'm not America first. I'm justice first. If it were switched and the Palestinians were doing to the Israelis what the Israelis are doing to them, I'm not pro-Palestinian.
In the Vietnam War, I didn't want the U.S. to win. I did not. I don't want the U.S. to win. Maybe the U.S. could win the war in Iran. I don't want them to win the war in Iran. So I'm not America first. I'm justice first. If you're in the wrong, I'm not going to support you. And it's the same thing. If it were switched and the Palestinians we're doing to Israelis, what Israelis are doing to Palestinians. I'm not pro-Palestinian. Those categories are completely alien to my being. I couldn't even understand what they mean. Why would you want America first? You want justice. So that's another part of this movement that's appropriated the Palestine issue that I find very troubling. I'm not part of that mindset. I'm not a national on any count. Ethnic nationalist, American nationalist. Those categories mean nothing to me.
So what's also interesting about this is that this deal is only like, obviously this is an L for America because of the hundreds of billions of dollars wasted, not on the 300 billion that is being fundraised for Iran. I mean, like the hundreds of billions of dollars in assets wasted, like munitions expended to kill Iranians. Like that part is a massive L, but the deal itself, the memorandum of understanding, technically doesn't harm Americans, right? It actually is good for Americans if we restrain ourselves a little bit going forward. That's why I always said, like, us receiving a bloody nose here is not necessarily a bad thing in the long term, especially if this causes the State Department and the American Defense Department to recalculate his strategy as the hegemon and maybe behave in a more restrained manner. All the better if we actually let Israel loose, if we just cut him off, right? That would be fucking amazing for America. So here's the thing. What is the actual L here other than American feelings being hurt? If you are if you're a regular American, you were already receiving the L with your gas prices. You were already receiving the L because all of your productive output was going to fucking waging Israel's war against Iran. This is not an L for you. This is a W for you. Great. Fucking awesome. No more war in Iran, right? It's spectacular. Even better if we actually restrain Israel and totally change our Middle Eastern strategy. Now, the only reason why Americans are being taught by mainstream media that this is a fucking spectacular L for America is because we're used to dominating, right? We as Americans have internalized this idea that we are the world police through decades and decades of propaganda, that we have to be the world police. We're the most moral force on the planet. All of our enemies are ontologically evil and we must punish them. We must dominate them militarily. And sometimes when we're dominating them militarily, we do heinous war crimes. But all that bad is still for an overarching good, right? That's the way that we've been conditioned. That is what we believe. And that is the reason why a lot of people are looking at this and going, oh my God, we took a fucking fat L here. But where is the L? Where is the actual L? The only reason why you would believe that we're taking an L here is if you're a hawk that works in the blob, that works in foreign policy, and we're demanding more military domination against Iran, no matter what the cost is to the rest of the energy markets, the rest of the world. Okay, that's it. That's it. And that's actually really important because even the removal of sanctions, not just the secondary sanctions, but the primary sanctions on Iran is good for American businesses. Iran is a massive market. Why the fuck shouldn't we do regular trade with them? Why do you care? Are you the nation state of Israel? Are you an ultra-Zionist who wants to take up more land from Lebanon and Syria and maybe Egypt and potentially go to war with Turkey? Because it's bad for them. That's why they're freaking out. But if you're a regular ass American living in Ohio, what the fuck do you care? As a matter of fact, this is good for you. Alireza says it does not cost the U.S. anything to allow Iran access to its own money and the ability to conduct trade with other countries just like every other nation on earth. The original reason given for putting sanctions on the oil sector and banking sector was to pressure Iran to engage in serious negotiations about its growing enrichment program, not to just uphold them until the day of judgment. They are supposed to be a temporary measure. It's not capitulation or loss for the U.S. to offer the removal of sanctions in return for the exact reasons they were put in place. Sammy says there's this bizarre tendency by some lefties on here right now to attack any analysis on the Iran deal, which describes its disastrous consequences for U.S. foreign policy as somehow being hawkish. I don't know that this app doesn't allow for body language with description does not mean endorsement. Any deal that ends the war with Iran is good, but the terms of these deals are shockingly piss poor. Why are they piss poor? Matthew Petty actually brings up a really good point. He says a lot of the supposed consequences are just taking for granted hawkish views, though, like the idea that sanctions relief is just giving away money that belongs to the United States by birthright. Sammy Gold says, I mean, when I say consequences, more so about what this does to U.S. power and national interest. However, what I should also note is that these are the inevitable consequences from the war we fought. It's not the peace that started it. But even by that measure, the deal isn't that bad for the U.S. None of the consent much. Washington is just catastrophizing because they don't know how to deal with compromise when they were expecting surrender. Okay? That's the key point here. The people that are looking at this and going, oh my God, what a spectacular defeat this was, are used to a lifetime of domination. Okay? It's the same principle that holds for the age-old adage. For those accustomed to a lifetime of privilege, equality feels like oppression. And the American foreign policy apparatus and the American military-industrial complex have been accustomed to a lifetime of privilege. Endless military domination overseas, constantly suppressing our enemies, constantly creating new enemies from nothing, just to defeat them militarily, just to dominate them militarily, no matter what the human toll is in the process. Fuck them, they probably deserved it. Collateralizing real human lives. This is how empire dominates. And now we are forced to reckon with the fact that we are no longer the same empire that we once were. We no longer have the same power around the world. We no longer have the same force projection capabilities. But if you're an average American, why the fuck should you care about our force projection capabilities? Because the media, our education, our social conditioning have told us that as regular working class folk in the United States of America, when America dominates militarily overseas, that's good for us somehow. That makes us feel good. Why should it make us feel good? What makes me feel good is progress. What makes me feel good is better educational initiatives, better educational outcomes. What makes me feel good is when America dominates in the field of research. What makes me feel good is if we are actually moving in the direction of better outcomes for working class Americans. That is what we should be striving towards, not this conditioning that America is the almighty, all-powerful country when our petro-capitalist pedophiles are making profits hand over fist, when they're actually dominating the rest of the world so that they can turn profit over all of this death and destruction. It's bullshit. There is this expectation that all of this system is so that we can go out and dominate whatever fucking enemy we see fit. Okay? I say no more. That's a ridiculous mentality. That has never been helpful for you. All that is done for you is take away your productive output and spend it on this death machine, this war machine that is endless. It's taken all your tax dollars and funneled it back to the military-industrial complex where American hands are building the munitions that Israel is using to blow up schools. Those hands could be building the fucking schools here. Those dollars could be building the fucking schools here. Why? Why is it good? So that Raytheon has a better quarter? Does that help you? So that Lockheed Martin can come up with a new ingenious way of lasering children from satellites? Does that help you? No, it doesn't. It does not. What helps you is if we pay for college education. What helps you if we build housing, government-sponsored housing, and American hands build those houses. American hands build those roads that are in a state of dire disrepair. That is how we improve this country. That's why I get so endlessly frustrated whenever I hear from people on Twitter who go online and say, oh, Yemen is going to learn why we don't have healthcare today. What a joke. You still don't have healthcare. Is that a worthy cause? Is that an appropriate equation for you? I don't have healthcare. You don't have healthcare. But the Houthis are getting blown up with billions of dollars in munitions. Who wants that? And we still lose at the end. So yeah, I don't think this is bad. I think this is not a disastrous surrender. This is a disastrous surrender if you're a war hawk in the hill and you've made hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year demanding more of this war machine. But if you're a regular Joe, if you're a working stiff trying to make ends meet, can't even fucking own a home with one job, can't have a family with one job, no prospects for a better future, Why the fuck do you care if America is dominating Iran militarily? It's actually objectively better for you if we stop spending all of our fucking efforts on dominating other countries overseas and start focusing on ourselves, building our fucking roads, building our infrastructure, building a manufacturing base back here on the home turf. I think people are talking past each other. You and Matthew are talking about the U.S. as a collection of people. Sammy is talking about the U.S. as a geopolitical actor. For Americans, this deal is not bad. For the entity that is the U.S., this deal is a loss because it reduces the ability to state to project power. I know. But I have no loyalty to the entity that is the United States. I have a loyalty to the American people. That's what I'm saying. I have a loyalty to my neighbors. I have a loyalty to my community. I have a loyalty to the working class. And that's what's so fucking frustrating. And we have all been duped. We've been duped into believing that the American entity, right? The coalition of capitalist forces advancing their capital interests somehow are beneficial to us when it's not. It is literally antagonistic to our everyday existence. Doors open. Anyway, what good does it do to us if America has profound force projection capabilities? America demonstrated its force projection capabilities for decades. Everyday American existence was reduced. American working class material conditions worsened for the very same decades that the American force projection capabilities seemingly were absolute. This was the premise of my speech at Yale Union. This is why I also said that the fall of the USSR, the dissolution, the destruction of the USSR was one of the greatest political catastrophes of this century. This is what I meant. Without any opposition around the world, without any fucking great powers that could maybe cause us to reconsider our endless militarism, America had no one to restrain it. It's not a moral consideration, it's a geopolitical one. So yes, it's a bad deal for the United States as a state actor. Yes. But my point is we should have no loyalty. We should not have, we should not keep if the United States is a geopolitical actor, is not placing the interests of the American working class first, then the American working class should not have any fucking interest in advancing America's geopolitical interests. That is the argument, my friends. My only loyalty is to the American people. My only loyalty is to the working class. I have no loyalties to the geopolitical entity that is America if its primary goals are death and destruction overseas to only benefit a handful of petrocapitalist billionaires and Jeffrey Epstein affiliates that are in the field of finance. This American dominance has not given the American people any of the benefits that it seemingly claims it will give. I don't. It's just people who are interpreting someone saying this is a loss wrong. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what Seth Moulton has to say.
Good deal.
And you're right that in the first graph of the JCPOA, it does say Iran wouldn't create a nuclear weapon. But as you know, Republicans criticize it, including Trump, because of that sunset provision. We'll see.
If killing brown people overseas was beneficial for the American class, you'd be in favor. What? You, my friend, live in the United States of America, I suspect, but have no understanding of how to talk to your neighbors. You only have academic jargon at your disposal. Finance capital has made it so that all of the death and destruction that befalls the periphery is not even beneficial for the American working class. And yes, of course, I have to still say the truth in that moment as well. Being a part of the labor aristocracy gives you a fucking upper hand because you're not under the boot, but there is no even distribution of these resources at all. And there is no world where there would be a more bountiful social democracy that leads to more egalitarian outcomes, and then we just continue dominating the rest of the world. So I don't even need to make that argument. Stop with this fucking bullshit. You just want to be academically and morally pure when you make this argument.
What they're able to negotiate now. And I'm wondering what you think about the president formally signing the Iran deal at Versailles last night. What do you think of that symbolism?
I mean, it's an appropriate place to sign a surrender document.
And it's too bad that the president is completely oblivious to history to understand. But it is amazing that Trump and these MAGA Republicans lost their minds over Obama giving less than $2 billion to the Iranians when they're talking about giving $325 billion to this regime, a regime that's actually even more hardline than when we started this war, because they took out an 86-year-old in failing health with a fatwa against producing nuclear weapons and replaced him with someone who was more hardline in his 50s. Just in case he wasn't hardline enough, they killed his immediate family. I mean, this could be a lot worse. Just to assume that Iran's going to legitimately come to the table and negotiate a good nuclear deal in a mere 60 days, that's a huge...
I'm going to be honest. We don't even deserve the decency that Iran has demonstrated as it has maintained its role as a stable actor in this fucking region. Even after all is said and done. It's so stupid. Wake the fuck up, dude. They have always been in favor of diplomacy, okay? They've always been in favor of diplomacy, and you just brought up the last time where diplomacy worked. When you say the JCPOA, you're literally bringing up the last time Iran was perfectly capable of and willing to play ball with American demands, no matter how ridiculous they were. Like, that's why I brought up the fact that Iran has had this capability for decades. Iran has always had the capability of closing the Strait of Hormuz, because this capability does not come from Iranian munitions, even though that certainly helps, but it comes from geographic limitations for America, okay? And yet they never used it. Even after our multiple decades-long meddling alongside Israel, they never used it. That should prove to you that they have always been in favor of diplomacy, a much more stable actor than the United States of America ever was. A much more stable actor than the United States of America ever deserved as an adversary. This is not glazing Iran. This is just saying the truth.
Huge assumption coming out of this MOU. And so while we're glad that Trump has finally ended this war he should never have started, it's not even clear that it's going to be permanently ended, let alone that we're going to be better off than when he began.
And you say,
but yeah, it is hilarious to do it in Versailles. This is vastly superior to the JCPOA. This deal is better than the JCPOA because it provides stronger incentives for the Iranians to comply. It also ties U.S. hands more strongly, and it'll be fantastic for the Iranian people. The JCPOA is a poor version of this, not a better version. I see that's a strong counter-argument. Oh, you were being serious. Absolutely. This is vastly superior to the JCPOA. By tying U.S. hands on full sanctions relief, Iran can be vastly more confident that the U.S. will keep its side of the bargain. They thus have much stronger incentives to comply themselves. It's true. It is a far better deal for the Iranian side. It's a far better deal than the JCPOA for long-standing peace, potentially. What is this? First time commenting, 67 years young, raised in the Deep South, but a conservative almost my whole life. Saw a segment on you recently and have become a fan. Been watching your content and agree with all that you say. Thank you for being the voice of reason in a sea of propaganda and misinformation. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Pops. The sole cause for rejoicing is the ceasefire, says Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not been held accountable for anything he said, calling out the United States and Israel as the aggressors. Oh my God. He is so fucking awesome. I think Jean-Luc Mélenchon is one of the best leaders right now in the West, in the Western left. He's right. He's right. And people fucking hate him for being right all the time.
At this global economy at a standstill, did the U.S. have any other option besides an agreement like this?
Well, Brianna, what I do know is that when you're digging a hole, you should stop digging it. We are in a worse spot than we were before we started this war, but we would be even in a worse place if we don't get into an agreement. So as I look at this agreement, I do hope they'll move forward and sign it. But again, it's important to recognize that this has been a big setback for the United States of America. That doesn't mean that this isn't the best way out at the moment, but we should never have been in this moment because we've lost 14 American service members, hundreds wounded, thousands of civilians killed, oil and gas prices up and up, other prices up and up. And at the end of the day, we're actually worse off because we are now saying in exchange for opening the strait that was open before, we're going to provide a waiver on sanctions. So, it is what it is. It's just very clear proof that we should never have started this stupid illegal war in the beginning.
What do you say to those that would say if we didn't use our capital to dominate others, we would be even more victims of another nation if they had hegemonic power? China is the greatest example of this. China has, for the last decade or so, had this power to dominate us. They're the manufacturing base of the entire planet. This is how the British Kingdom became the hegemonic superpower, okay? What China is doing right now. And yet they don't do it. This is the language of the oppressor to justify the continuation of oppression. History is riddled with this exact same attitude. Oh, if we free the slaves, the newly freed Africans will then enslave us, white folk. Doesn't happen. If we allow Algeria to liberate itself from French colonial occupation, then they'll come to France and occupy us. It never happens. They will do to us what we've done to them. Has always been the language of the oppressor. And yet, it never happens. If we abolish the apartheid in South Africa, then black people will dominate white people and a white genocide will take place. It never happens. It so never happens that Donald Trump has had to invent that reality, ironically enough. It's ridiculous. For as much as history has shown us that conflict and war is a part of the ever-present nature of man, peace and cooperation has also always been a part of our attitude. I mean, look at Europe. Look at Europe. These are kingdoms that waged war against one another for hundreds of years, if not thousands, when they were fucking barbaric tribes. There is literally a war between England and France that spanned over an entire century, the 100-Year War. And now you look back and you're like, these guys are allies, of course. We always take peace for granted. We always take cooperation for granted when it's taking place. Look at Germany, the economic engine that drives the European Union. Germany. That wasn't that long ago. That wasn't even 100 years ago, when Germany was not only doing the Holocaust, but also invading all these other European countries.
Iran. They're now below $4 a gallon for the first time in months, and that is good news. But the president is facing major pushback on parts of the deal, including from his own party. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more. Ed, good morning.
Adriana, good to see you. You know, this agreement earned nearly universal praise from European leaders President Trump met with this week. Even the Pope supports it because they're eager to see the conflict resolved. But back here at home, the president faces intense bipartisan criticism, even as he says it's better than the alternative: prolonged war and global economic uncertainty.
We got to stand with Trump, our boy.
We
got to stand with our GOAT, President Donald Trump. He's right. That's the peace president you're talking about. Put some respect on his name. Let me tell you, that water, the bluest water I've ever seen in the reflecting pool in D.C., never seen a better blue than that, okay? Ballroom, make a second one. You shut your goddamn commie mouth, Ed O'Keefe.
Trump picked a famous peace treaty setting, the ornate Palace of Versailles, at a private dinner with the French president to sign the memo that sets up...
Yeah, the Supreme Court, bunch of charlatans. Take Kennedy's name off the building. Laser back the Trump name to the side of that motherfucking building. Take Kennedy's name off. Okay? That's where I'm at. If he pulls through on this, that's where I'm at. That's the energy I got.
60 days of talks with Iran. Only then the two sides will begin hammering out his long-stated main objective.
Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
The U.S. and Iran have 2 months to address the issue of nuclear enrichment and resolve how to dispose of Iran's enriched uranium. But the president warned it may take more time.
Could take longer. Just as long as they're behaving, I really don't care that much.
Earlier, he conceded domestic political pressure compelled him to act.
I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship.
And despite declaring on the first day of the attacks,
we are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
Now he says Iran should have ballistic missiles for self-defense.
I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some.
But back home,
it's going to leave Iran stronger.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy called the deal the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis says Congress should get to sign off.
The only way you get an agreement that lasts for a generation is to have the binding force of a congressionally ratified treaty or agreement.
And Democrats argue Trump gave away too much to Iran.
Trump started this war. He didn't know how to finish it.
Yeah, that was the problem. Not the fact that Trump started the war, but he didn't know how to finish it.
And it looks like in too many ways he has just capitulated to the Iranians.
While the president and Iran's leader...
Yeah, remember when he was like, Taco Trump, don't cut a side deal with Iran without letting us know. You better not chicken out. You better go wage war with Iran. Well, he did, you fucking bitch. What happened? What happened? You got everything you wanted. Chuck Schumer literally got everything he wanted out of this, and he just doesn't like the outcomes. I don't think you nailed the social interaction. What is this? What? I don't give a shit.
Leadership have now officially signed off on the deal. Vice President Vance is still scheduled to visit Switzerland to meet with Iranian leaders tomorrow, and we expect the first round of technical talks to begin on Saturday. Vlad?
All right, Ed, thank you very much. For more on the deal, let's bring in CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning.
So if you compare the administration's publicly stated objectives at the outset of this conflict with the terms that appear in this memorandum, how large is the gap between the war aims and the settlement? What original goals were achieved, which were modified, and which appeared to have been abandoned altogether?
Gosh, the gap is pretty vast, Vlad. I'm struck by the symbolism of this MOU getting signed at Versailles. I don't know how your World War I history is, but the Treaty of Versailles didn't work out that well in the end. And I think the prospects of this MOU achieving even the limited goal, which is the one the administration is still pursuing, which is the ending of Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons, is also pretty limited. There's been a lot of discussion in the last few weeks about how comparable this deal is going to be to the JCPOA. Well, now we have the text. I think in several material aspects, the deal is actually weaker from the JCPOA, to include especially on sanctions relief in the Strait of Hormuz. It's really quite remarkable.
So the agreement starts a 60-day negotiating period for a final deal. With what you just said, what would a successful end to this conflict look like?
Well, I think for the president and the administration, the goal they've continually articulated is it will end Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. They will never get a nuclear weapon as a consequence of this deal. That's their goal. However, I think they've set themselves up in a negotiating structure that's going to make that extremely difficult. They're giving up a ton of leverage at the front end here. They are lifting the blockade. They're giving sanctions waivers. A series of other measures. They're going to flow billions of dollars into Iran over the next couple of months. Having done all that up front,
like, think about it. We're treating the unfreezing of their money and the allowance that we're giving them to operate in the international markets like a normal fucking country as an L. Like, as though they're supposed to be permanently relegated to this, like, second-class country status that's, like, always... That just has to sit idly by and die, right? It's such a strange way to talk about a sovereign nation, another country. And yet, it's perfectly American. As a matter of fact, it's the only way we know how to talk about other countries.
Order for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, they are then going to sit down and begin.
Have you ever tried maybe being right on time for once? This pre-watch shit is really getting you in trouble. No, I will never stop pre-watching global events before they finalize. I don't give a shit if people get really mad at me over it. They'll get mad. They'll then agree with me, but they'll never forget why they'll get mad. Then they'll inevitably come to the conclusion that I'm right, but they'll never forget how I made them feel initially when I was right and they were wrong. But here's the thing. I don't work for them. I work for you. So who gives a fuck if they're mad?
And these so-called technical talks to work out the nuclear issue. So they give billions of dollars up front, and then down the road they say, hey, can you give us a bunch of concessions on your nuclear program?
Yeah.
We'll see how that works out, Vlad.
15 seconds, Aaron. Better deal for Iran or better deal for the U.S.?
Absolutely a better deal for Iran. Now, going to do. He can flip on a dime again here in the weeks to come. Also, he needs congressional review for some of this stuff, so the future's unclear.
All right. Aaron McLean for us. Thank you very much.
Can you help us understand President Trump's shift on his stance for Iran's ballistic missile program? Initially, it was a key objective to dismantle it. Yesterday, he said it would only be fair if they had some, if the countries around Iran also had some. So when and why did that change? And will the final...
It's so funny. they're literally like, why are they allowed to have ballistic missiles? Like, why don't we get to dictate it? I don't know, because they fucking lost. Like, the United States lost. That's why. An informed source told Al Mayadeen the Iranian negotiating delegation has suspended its departure to Switzerland due to the ongoing Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon. The Iranian delegation had already planned to travel there to begin the first round of negotiations, which were scheduled to last 60 days before it made the decision to suspend travel. Tehran has informed the American side and the mediators that the Lebanon issue is central to its negotiations and the continuation or suspension of those negotiations. Oh, now the Democrats can be fucking excited. No talks tomorrow. See, I told you. Told you. Israel is already up to no good.
Final agreement have any restrictions on these missiles?
So we destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic missiles and their ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign.
Yeah, what this asshole is not telling you, he's not wrong. So here's the thing. They didn't destroy a substantial number of ballistic missiles, but they did destroy a decent number of ballistic missile launchers. He's not wrong about that. The problem is, those are unbelievably replaceable. Those are K trucks that they just put the launching platform on the back of with like a decent suspension. That's it. So the reality of the matter is, blowing up those TELs is inconsequential. It is far more expensive to use a missile to blow up that truck than it is to literally rebuild that truck. And yes, they destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic munitions by creating numerous targets, billion-dollar radar installations and the like, that those ballistic munitions were destroyed in blowing up. So yeah, J.D. Vance is not totally off base here.
All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up the right of self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones at Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country. But we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday. And look, I mean, it's very...
It's awesome. They're saying this is a tricky way of wording this, but he's basically saying we don't give a fuck if those missiles reach Israel. Like, oh, we just don't want Iran to deploy, or we don't want Iran to develop further strike capabilities, which they have not on their own. Now, we can talk about whether that was appropriate or not, but they have not. So he's just taking ownership over something that Iran has never actually initiated.
Very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
بله اینم بعدا من توضیح میدم که نگاه کنید هر آنچه رو که ما با زدن می‌خواست.
Oh, I don't agree with Galabaf. This is also an interesting take because I thought maybe I was wrong, but I thought Galabaf was more of a hardliner, and this take is actually against that position where he's saying, like, basically he says that the negotiations actually yielded so much more benefit than military action, and he's wrong. There would be no negotiations if there wasn't military action. Iran spent blood, sweat, and tears and munitions to get to the negotiations table. So I think he's wrong saying that the negotiations brought us far better than anything we could have ever wanted from military action.
چندین برابرش که اصلا قابل قیاس نیست با مذاکره گرفتیم.
یعنی در قبال پاسخ ندادن امتیازاتی رو
چی می‌خواستیم؟
Yeah, he's saying like the negotiations maneuvering around like a will they, won't they actually sign an MOU is what caused Donald Trump to say, fuck it, I'll give you whatever concessions you want. Now, as an IRGC hardliner, I disagree vehemently with the take coming from this fucking moderate, okay? If it wasn't for the Shahed drones, they would not be sitting at the fucking negotiations table, okay?
شما دیدید تا ساعت 2 صبح ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا کل آتش بس رو نه در زاهیه در کل لبنان داد.
Yeah, get this woke nonsense out of here. Get this woke nonsense out of here, bro.
با اون ادبیات با نتانیاهو صحبت کرد. این مذاکره یعنی یک روش مبارزه. پس نگاه کنید ما مهمیه که به هدف برسیم. اون شب من با دوستانمون که مرتب در تماس بودیم در میدان نظامی گفتم شما آماده این کار هستید و باشید. ولی شما نگاه کنید یه اتفاق افتاد دیگه، یعنی این امنیت برگشت. شما همون شب و امروز دیدید که آواره بودن بیش از 50% رفتن. این قدرت مذاکره یک روش مبارزه هست، یعنی این.
I love it.
In the Iranian system, Iran has also, in this conflict, seemingly discovered the...
Ross Douthat, my op at the New York Times, having an interview with J.D. Vance. Let's take a look.
Power that comes with being able to close the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt global energy markets. So someone might say, well, sure, the Saudis and the Emiratis want to make this deal now because they know that we're heading over a global energy cliff that will screw them over in various ways. And so they're willing to talk themselves into a deal that they wouldn't have liked as much if Iran hadn't demonstrated that kind of power. Isn't Iran, at the very least, walking away from this war having established a kind of non-nuclear deterrence?
So that was a better but still wrong argument, I think, 4 weeks ago. I think it's very hard to sort of make that case today. And let me explain why. So number one is everybody knew the Straits of Hormuz just for pure function of geography and how easy it is to asymmetrically disrupt traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody, the Gulf Coast Coalition, the United States, Israel.
Wait. Oh, really? Oh, really? That's so strange. Yeah, except you and Donald Trump, I guess. You idiot. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So everybody knew. So does that mean you're even dumber than the average person? You see, Ross, everybody knew that Iran could always destroy the global energy market. I mean, it's true. I knew it. We all knew it. We knew it here at the HasanAbi broadcast, but seemingly, the one guy that didn't know happened to be the guy. His name is Donald Trump.
Iran, everybody has known that Iran has had that as a potential leverage point to use. Everybody understood that. So the idea that we sort of discovered that, or the Gulf Coast Coalition discovered that, I think that's not accurate. Number two, one of the things that we've actually been able to do under a sort of, what was originally called Project Freedom is that we've been able to get a lot of oil and gas out of the Gulf in the last few weeks. And I do think this is one of the things the Iranians learned is, the Strait of Hormuz is not a card that you play and then you pick up off the table. You have to play it day after day after day. And I think is that as the Iranians saw that leverage point, to be clear, it was very powerful 3 months ago. It was weakening more and more over time. And so they actually...
So could you have kept going? Without, because you did. We avoided the scale of global energy shock, right? That a lot of people, myself included, as an amateur reader of, people writing about oil, expected. We had higher gas prices, but we didn't have, things were not nearly as bad as they could have been.
Correct.
But my perception was, and a lot of people's perception was, that you couldn't keep running that through the fall.
So, by the way, I have to give credit to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary, because part of the reason why the doomsayer predictions about the oil and gas markets, and to be clear, I know the American people have felt some pain because of this. I don't want to discount this, right. But the very worst predictions never came to fruition because Scott Bessent and Chris Wright did an amazing job at trying to absorb as much of that shock as possible. So could we have kept going? Sure, we could have kept going, and we would have gotten more and more oil and gas out of the Strait of Hormuz. But the fundamental thing that the president asks, and this is what he's just fundamentally pragmatic about foreign policy, is
they absorbed the shock by literally opening the faucet of the strategic reserves And every analyst worth their salt was saying that they were basically approximately like 1 month out from, hitting the red line. So, yeah, you couldn't have continued to wage this war. And here's the greatest evidence for it. You stopped. You didn't stop because of the kindness of your heart. You stopped because you made that calculation that you couldn't withstand more energy shock. It's not like, what's the argument here? That you guys were like, you know what? We could go on for years. Honestly, I mean, we could go on for decades. We could keep doing that. We love that 20% of the entire world's energy supply is just stuck inside of the Gulf. But we're just gonna put an end to this war because we're kind-hearted fellows.
He looks at the situation and says, if we keep going, gas prices stay higher for longer, inevitably, and we also don't get this opportunity that we have right in front of us to at least take a shot at transforming the Middle East. And if it doesn't work, we can always figure out new options a couple months.
Yeah, transforming the Middle East away from Israel and into the hands of Iran, by the way. That is what he is saying. And that's why I'm saying the MOU is actually pretty solid overall. And I think will create long-standing stability and peace if we are capable of restraining Israel. That's a big if, though.
Down the road, we could always just say, by the way, you know what? Their nuclear program's destroyed. They can't rebuild it without any money. So we're going to continue to choke their economy and basically say to the Iranians, come to us when you want to make a deal. There's a lot of optionality here. And I think what the president said is he wanted to get us to a point where we had optionality, we had leverage, and then play this out a little bit further. And that's what we're doing.
Okay. There is another country in the Middle East that
Ross loves. Shit, never mind. Guess you were right. He's just explained. Yeah, kindness of their hearts type deal, Kindness of their hearts type shit. That's just, benevolent American. The benevolent American foreign policy apparatus at play. That's how they operate. Benevolent.
Thinks of itself as having a very intimate knowledge of the Iranian regime.
Yeah.
Not just the Gulf states. That's Israel. I don't think this deal is popular in Israel right now. I don't think you're an especially popular figure in Israel today. We'll see where things are in 6 months. And one perception I think that people have after watching this war unfold is that there is a certain misalignment maybe between the kind of pragmatic American interest that you just described the president having and the more existential sense of the stakes that Israel has. And one key criticism of the Obama deal from people in the Republican Party, people in Israel, elsewhere, was always that it was focused on the nuclear program.
By the way, I can't begin to explain to you how little I give a about Israel's interest in this one, okay? I'm sorry. I'm an American, bitch. You've already taken like $380 billion of our tax dollars for the last 80 years. You think I give a shit about your goals? Suck my dick. Seriously. Why? Why should the American vice president care about, how the Israelis feel about him? Know your place. Know your place.
And wasn't focused on Iranian proxies, their support for terrorism around the Middle East, their support for Hezbollah and Hamas. So I'm just curious, do you think there's a misalignment between the U.S. and Israel? Do you think Israel has incentives to not want this deal to continue? And is there a vision for how you get to a point where Iranian support for Hezbollah isn't sending rockets into Israel on the regular?
Well, what I'd say here is that it's clear that large segments of the Israeli political system and population are very sensitive about this deal. But I also think they're picking up on some misinformation about the deal and running with it and sort of panicking about it. And I fundamentally believe this deal will be good for the entire region and for the world. That includes, of course, the Israelis. Now, I think it's important to say that while I do believe that this deal will be good for the entire world, fundamentally, we're worried about what's in the best interest of the American people. And to the extent that, and I think the president has shown this, where he sees misalignment between the goals of the political system in Israel and the goals of the American people, he's willing to say that we're going to pursue America's interests where there are divergences. So there are certainly going to be disagreements from time to time. I think that's normal. I will say, I don't know, maybe I've missed this. I don't think Bibi himself has actually criticized the deal.
Oh my God. Yeah. Bibi himself hasn't had time to criticize the deal because he's sitting in the Führer bunker. And this time, he doesn't even have to contemplate when he will kill himself like Adolf Hitler did. This time, he's worried about Otzma Yehudit coming after him. Or the average liberal Zionist that's out on the street. They might murder him as well. The entire Israeli society is turned on Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. So I don't think he could be making a lot of public statements right now because they were all geared towards death and destruction. Turns out that's what happens when you develop a society over decades that only cares about the nation of the underclass, the Untermenschen, literally.
Because I think he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the details of what's in it. But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact...
They told everyone Iran 50K protesters, so of course they're worked up. Wait, what? You think they give a shit? You think Israelis give up that Iran 50,000 protesters? What do you mean? Israel gives up that they don't get to 50,000 more Iranians. None of these people actually cared about, you know, these lies. Like, they didn't actually believe these lies, right? They're not blindsided. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe anyone. Like, I think there are, first of all, it's not 50,000 protesters. It's 50 million protesters. Okay, get it right. It's actually, nope, sorry. Get it right. It's actually 500 million protesters. Holy Toledo.
Holy
Iran
Toledo.
Killed 2 billion Iran. One sniper rifle, one rooftop, 50 trillion protesters killed in a matter of a day and a half. Ah, anyway, yeah, the one Iranian sniper rifle from the IRGC and Mao Zedong. But in any case, the point I'm trying to make is these guys wanted to use that as a justification to blow up Iran and kill more Iranians. So my point always is, like, obviously they didn't give a shit about the unbelievable levels of repression that the IRGC took on when quelling the unrest inside of Iran. That's it.
Proposal. And, you know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have. Look at what we've accomplished. First of all, Americans have protected a lot of Israeli lives through our missile systems and through our missile programs over the last few months. We have destroyed their nuclear program. We have got the Iranians in a point.
And by the way, Cloud is wrong. I don't think any Biden administration official, while they were in power, while Israel was continuing its fucking genocide, actually turned around. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying, but I totally lost. I got lost in the sauce. I was looking at something else. Wait, oh my God. This is what the Iranian government did. Oh, they said Israel cannot use force to get out of their problems. They did not say kill, but I believe it's basically the same thing. Yeah. The Cloud District Enjoyer, no, I don't think they've ever been as forceful. I don't think any Biden administration official of this level, like Kamala Harris, never came out, in my opinion, and ever had this forceful of a condemnation of Israel's actions while they were continuing Israel's genocide. And the reason why I say that is because, like, there was never an MOU style deal in play. Like, can you imagine? Because the Israel equivalent of this would be if America went to Hamas, right? During the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. The equivalence of what's taking place here is if America went to Hamas directly, cut Israel out of the deal entirely, and said, we are going to have a conversation with you. What do you want? And then they basically gave Hamas everything that Hamas wanted, which in this circumstance would be ironically identical to what the Iranian side wanted, which was just, right? Like a long-standing commitment to a long-standing peace and stability in the fucking region. You can't tell me that the Biden admin did anything similar to that. Okay? Sure, you could say, well, Hamas didn't actually win by the same margins that Iran did because Hamas has no capabilities of like disrupting, international trade and commerce. But there is nothing that comes even remotely similar to what the Trump administration has done this past week to the Biden administration when Israel was melting Palestinian children on a daily basis. Nothing at all. This is also far more consequential than Trump's fake ceasefire deal that he put together and the peace plan and the peace board or whatever. And the difference is because Iran actually won. Also, I do think Trita is using ChatGPT sometimes. Like, this is so ChatGPT coded, and I'm a little disappointed, even though I really love Trita. J.D. Vance is not changing the conversation about Israel and the U.S. He's changing the entire paradigm. He's reminding the Israelis that they are alone. Though he doesn't use this word, much disliked internationally, Israel should not undermine the only strong friend they have left. If I was in a cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have left. And he's reminding them of their utter dependence on the United States because 2/3 of the weapons that have protected Israel have been built by American hands and paid by American tax dollars. As a point of comparison, no one in the Biden admin ever spoke like this about Israel when Netanyahu was blowing through Biden's so-called red lines on Gaza. Trita glazes these guys way too much. He doesn't need to. I mean, Amy Goodman's peace sign. He is still, bro, he wrote that himself. Why the shade? Look, Trita, as much as I appreciate his commentary and his analysis, is still a guy that is working at a think tank. Okay? He is not going to have the same perspective that I do because I think Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft is an I wouldn't say it's like an anti-American imperialist think tank. It's not. It's more so a think tank that is still ultimately invested in the continuation of like some kind of American dominance, but a much more reasonable American dominance. Now, for the record, it's anti-interventionist, right? It's not anti-imperialist. It's anti-interventionist. And it is the best. It is, out of all of these fucking demonic entities in Capitol Hill, it is the best. Like, nothing comes close. And I really appreciate them. And I lean on their work. Yeah, Quincy and CIP. Those are the only two. Yeah, it's for responsible statecraft. It's not anti-imperialist. It's not Marxist. It's still funded by the Kochs, right? Like, there is, I think, some Koch involvement there as well. It's just like ideologically anti-interventionist. So they're not going to be Marxist anti-imperialists. There might be Marxist anti-imperialists working there, but their overall output is not going to be like that. And he's also trying to sell this to the admin. He's trying to sell this to CNN. He's trying to sell this position that this MOU is good to people that are infinitely to his right. Okay? Trita is also relatively pro-Iran, though. He's the president of NIAC. Was the president, I think, right? Wikipedia now officially lists the results of 2026 Iranian wars and Iranian victory. I mean, it was an unambiguous victory. His definition of independence is being able to destroy civilian homes. We're dealing with a genocidal death cult here. Israeli National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, the fucking biggest dipshit of all. We cannot stop destroying houses in southern Lebanon. We cannot stop, period. We cannot allow the population of southern Lebanon to return. We must continue to control the territory, even if Trump disagrees. We are an independent state. He's like a comic book villain, dude. It's so funny. Israelis react to the news that they may have to bomb fewer schools and hospitals like the greatest betrayal in history. Like, literally, they lose their minds. If you tell the Israeli government they can't murder school children any longer, they're like, this is literally Holocaust levels of extermination that you're doing to us, the Jewish people. It's so crazy, which is also always something that I will never understand why American Jews who don't live there, who don't like it that much, will ever fucking lean into to be like, yeah, this represents me. Not many of them are doing it as openly, but the ones who do it openly is crazy, okay? I just don't get it. It's like, you don't even fucking live there. You don't want to live there. You find a lot of these guys to be gross, and yet you still have to be a fucking fake fan, okay? You have to dick ride it, like as though it's the ultimate thing that you have to do. Is the most consequential thing you have to do. You don't even want to fucking live there, bitch. What is this? I got kicked out of a long COVID WhatsApp group for being Israeli. It's weird how an illness aligns with politics. These are all of my interests. There it is. This is every now and then there's a perfect tweet. And here it is. It's a crazy level of brain rot, especially because the arguments about masking in Israel is really tolerant about the issue. And we have great universal health care. 10 bodies. ADL. Put that down. Jonathan Greenblatt. Put that shit down. You see this? Jonathan, you see this? That's 10 bodies. Easy. 10 anti-Semitisms. Wait, what is this? Peep the second reply. She was giving the game away. I'm wondering why they associate every single Israeli with being complicit in war criminal. I mean, it's a country of 8 million Jews and with a lot of plurality. Some of them even anti-Zionist. It's mind-boggling. I would not mind to have an Iranian, Russian, or North Korean friend. If I give them the benefit of the doubt, I think they kicked you out because the Jews invented the coronavirus. Actually, it's because I argue that people use masks to hide their identity, to support terrorism, and commit violent acts without consequences. Oh my God, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Oh my God. Oh, it's so funny. I got kicked out of the long COVID group. This is like something that I would joke about. I got kicked out of the long COVID group. I got kicked out of the long COVID support group because I said that people who are masking were doing it to do terrorism in America because they love Hamas. And then they kicked me out. This is like when one chatter yelled at me because I said we should unmask these cops. And the chatter was like, what about long COVID? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Those guys don't even get vaccinated. They don't even believe that COVID is real. They're not putting a fucking mask on because they're not putting a mask on because they're worried about COVID. Yeah, when people with long COVID won't even hide you. Oh no. That was months ago. How do you remember that? Because I've lost formative memories. You want to know why? Because I have no fucking life, because I'm a chud-ass loser, and I think about all the stupid fucking arguments. Oh, this is what Brace, all the Zoomers that work for me are bisexual. All of them have long COVID, he said. I'll believe long COVID is real when someone who is not bisexual has it. Wasn't this Brace who said this? I do believe in long COVID before people yell at me, okay? I do. Yes. Also, this chatter is correct. I've literally forgotten my 10th birthday because I'm too busy remembering specific Megaphonics opinions to get mad at, okay? Specific Cloud District Enjoyer opinions to get upset at. It's ruined my life. You guys have ruined my fucking life, dude. Incredible things are happening at the Atlantic. The left-wing case against anti-Zionism. Oh my God, Adam Lewis Klein published in the Atlantic. Oh my God, what a pivotal achievement. The left-wing case against anti-Zionism, discrimination against Israelis, qua Israelis, and the Zionists who appear as their proxies is a moral wrong. How Trump be moving recently?
Could you guys please say free Palestine? Yeah. Could you guys say that, please? Yeah. Say free Palestine. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
What? What the fuck? The most politically confused people of all time, bro. I swear to God. What the fuck is this? This is a neo-Nazi, no? It is funny that these guys, this is literally a Mexican white supremacist neo-Nazi, by the way, and a Lolly Khan. And this neo-Nazi, this Mexican neo-Nazi, and I don't mean Nick Fuentes, is a different one in actual Mexico, gets to live in the fucking glorious empire of Claudia Sheinbaum. He's not Mexican, he's Bangladeshi. I thought he was Mexican. No, I'm pretty sure he's Mexican in Mexico. Oh, this is the guy who wrote Borat. One of the brilliant comedic minds that brought to you Borat. He's British. Donald Trump has been a fantastic ally to Israel. Some Trump haters saying we told you so are acting like they've never heard the phrase, it was good while it lasted. The fact that a page can be turned in a relationship doesn't null and void all the good that occurred in that relationship. It's super patronizing for those saying we told you so to assume everyone else was a naive idiot living in a world where they thought everything would always be roses. If this is a turning point, It's a real loss. The real loss is for America and the free world as they buttress and empower the tyranny and expansionist goals of radical Islam. Always projection with these motherfuckers, man. The pro-Israel crowd always engaging in projection. Borat 2, he wrote on Borat 2 only. Cancel me, but I love your accents. They crack me up so much. Thank you, chatter. I needed that. Oh, what is E. Fatlaw saying? J.D. Vance has succeeded in sounding more ignorant on the Middle East than AOC. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm E. Fatlaw. E. Fatlaw is tired. His posts are nuts, dude. Well, I don't care about this guy anymore. Come on. We've moved on to bigger and better things like E. Fatlaw. Eve Fatlaw. Yeah, a lesson here for all Americans, by the way, is that if we can treat Iran like a normal country, okay? If we treat Iran like a normal country, perhaps we can also treat Cuba like a normal country. Oh, wow. Cuba has presented zero threat to the United States of America, for example. Just something to consider. Oh, let's finish.
Where they're offering things, again, whether they'll actually act on them, we'll see. But they're offering things that would have been the stuff of dreams even 6 months ago.
I love all your accents except RFK. I know a Pakistani unk who dies laughing from your Danny Denon voice. These are quilts of Hamas. I am Danny Denon, Israel's only ambassador.
So let us play this negotiation out. Let us see if the Iranian actions actually meet the Iranian words, and give a little bit of credit to the United States of America, which I think has been an incredible partner for the Israeli government for a long time.
In the best case, do you think that this deal changes how Hezbollah works?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think that they...
More effectively.
There is this weird panic almost in the Israeli system that I've picked up on, where they assume that everything that is contemplated that is good for Iran will happen, but that will happen without the Iranians changing any behavior. And I just don't know why anybody would think that's true. That's not how the deal is written. The United States has all the financial leverage. Like, the President of the United States or the Secretary of the Treasury have to release all these sanctions. Do they actually think we're going to release sanctions on the Iranian, system if they're still funding a terrorist organization? The answer is, of course not. So I find this whole freak out in Israel a little bit odd, because I think that it comes from a place of mistrust. And I think that America has earned the trust of that region of the world. We've done a very good job by that particular country and that particular government. And I think that the idea that we've made a terrible deal is...
I just hate his vibe so much. Like, I would rather listen to Trump drone on about how everything is computer and everybody's transgender than this fucking dipshit being like, me. I feel like we've actually earned the trust. I'm going to say we've actually earned the trust of Israel with our many years of support. Like, he just sucks so bad. He is so fucking Reddit. He is Reddit personified. I find him genuinely repulsive. It makes me so annoyed. He literally takes all of the worst qualities of a smarmy, annoying, entitled, elitist lib and then packages the most unvarnished fascist propaganda through it all the time. I'll have you know that some of these immigrants needed to be murdered in the murder machine. What were we supposed to do? Not murder them? It's like he is, he's way too academic. Yeah. JD Vance is particularly annoying because he's a suit in both directions. He pretends to be an intellectual, but he's not that smart, and he acts like a chud. But he came through elite institutions, biggest fucking phony I've ever seen. Is 100% right. It is the truth. It's the fucking truth of all truths. It's the biggest truth nuke. He is the libbed up groiper. He is, oh my God, he's literally the liberal groiper. Like, at least Tucker Carlson has this sociopathic energy, but he has like some level of WASP swagger, if you want to, put it to terms like that. Like, there is an element of like, I'm a WASP, I come from this pedigree, I come from this background. I'm not going to make it seem like I'm actually anything but a country club guy. Okay? Whereas like JD Vance is constantly trying to take the dumbest chud opinions and then spit them out so that he can get the Groypers on his side. But because of his Yale background and because he's not that intelligent overall, he just ends up looking like a fucking idiot. He is beyond unlikable because the liberals that hear his like liberal language hear what he's saying and they go, "You're a fucking chud. I hate you." And the Republicans look at him and go, "You're a pussy and gay." And then the Groypers look at him and go, "Your wife is Indian. You're a race mixer." So he's got nothing. He can't win a single damn. And the Catholics hate him. The Pope is basically on the verge of excommunicating him last time. If you recall, when he was trying to, actually, the Pope should stay out of businesses of war and famine. Like, that was awesome. When he was like, as a recently converted Catholic, I know a lot more than the motherfucking Pope does. It's like, dude, you're a heretic. They would burn you at the fucking stake back in the day. The fuck do you mean you know more than God's honest truth on earth?
Not supported by the facts, but just doesn't make any sense if you consider the broad length of the relationship.
Okay. We're going to try and come back to this at the end.
Okay.
But you know who only makes good deals? Jesus. So we're going to talk.
I was going to say, you know who also had strong opinions and came from Israel?
Who had strong views in the Middle East. Yes. So in addition to talking about the Iran deal, you're talking about your new book, which is called Communion.
Yes.
Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Sure.
And it's part religious memoir, and then I would say partially sort of folding religious memoir into the kind of book that someone contemplating a run for president.
Oh,
sort
come
of
on.
An uneasy hybrid, maybe, of genres. But you know, it's
well, the two books.
It's a rich text. Let's say that. So
the two books that I've written are actually fundamentally like uneasy fusions of genres.
I mean,
that's
look,
what I like to do.
I've done uneasy genre fusion myself.
My writing.
So all right, so let's talk about the personal story in the book for a minute. You grew up, I'd say, bouncing around different forms of Protestant Christianity.
Correct.
Evangelical, non-denominational, Pentecostal, all of which, I should note, tend to be massively underrepresented in the American elite.
Sure.
So could you just talk about what that upbringing sort of offered to you? What did you take away from the experience of religion, from growing up in that part of American Christianity?
Yeah, so you know, some good and some not so good. I mean, I think in particular, what was not so good about my religious upbringing is it was fundamentally like institutionally unrooted. We would occasionally go to church. There was a church that my grandma liked a lot, but you know, in a good year, we went there once a month, right, at most. And so one of the things that is true, I think, of a lot of Christianity in the United States of America is that, you know, people believe very deeply. We certainly believed very deeply, but I didn't have a proper formation in my faith because I didn't actually have a community of believers that was surrounding me. When my grandma died, that was sort of my...
Okay, the rest of this is like about fucking actually, I'm a Catholic. And I don't care about that. All right. Like all adult converts to Catholicism, he's an evangelical who likes trad aesthetics. Adult conversions are generally LARP. Will always side-eye it. Yeah. Same. As I'm sure you know, as a consistently persecuted Christian in the U.S. Yeah, he's such a fucking phony. Zohar Mamdani takes the stage at the Bernie New York City slate. He's got to take this jersey off. I'm sorry. That's... Come on. We get it, bro. The parade happened earlier. Come on, bro.
Incredible slate of candidates.
Come on, bro.
Thank you to all of you for making
He's part of the team now. Shut up.
in the streets celebrating.
Lil bro's acting like he's part of the team.
And say it with me as loudly as
Who
you
invited
can.
bro?
Nick's in. Nick's in. Nick's in.
Wait, what's going on? Why is the audio busted?
As I look out on this crowd, I see many of the same faces from our rallies last May and June. The same faces I saw as I spoke on a steaming June.
I should have let those dudes from Long Island beat me up. First punch, they would have heart disease, dude. Are you kidding me? Audio pervert, audio is fine. No, the audio is not fine. It's bro, you literally, if I had this level of delay, you would be screaming bloody murder. Like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But all of a sudden, when it's the Zoran Bernie Sanders rally, you're like, it's fine, actually. Shut up. Is there another outlet that we can watch this from?
Promise I made to you in the days when we were polling at 1%. The days where our closest competitor was other. We don't hear about him much anymore. The promise was that I would use every tool at my disposal to stand up to corporate greed and bad landlords. Fantasies of today, but glimpses of tomorrow. To protect. And the truth, my friends, is that I cannot do it alone.
Why is the audio so low?
The reason I stand here alongside this incredible slate is that if we want to build a movement that endures, if we want to build a movement that wins, we need leaders across our city who are willing to fight with everything they have for working people. We need Claire Valdez, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and Brad Lander fighting for us in Congress. We need Abir Kawas, Eli Northrop, Iyapa Syra Tupac, Samantha Catan, and Brian Romero fighting for us in Albany.
Bro, who delivered a New York City DSA slave speech that was so similar to this?
We need you to show up the way you showed up for me. To knock as many doors as you can, even when it's raining, even when it's hot, even when it's
He's
hard,
mocking me so hard, it's not even a question. Of course he's mocking me.
To a 53-year wait. Because that's what we have, and that's what our opponents don't. That extra door, that extra text, that extra bit of effort, that second door knock after 15 seconds of not hearing anything. You know what I'm talking about. Fighting the urge to mark not home in van. Don't do it. Don't do it. Knock again. Because I know that even though you're tired, even though you've given so much, even though it's frankly unfair to ask you for more, I know that you have it in you. I know it only because I'm reminded every single day when I walk the streets of our city, when I see New Yorkers going to work at every hour and still finding time to dream in that same hour.
Was this the event you were going to attend? Yeah, it was.
Because if anyone can sustain this movement, if anyone can win these elections, if anyone can shock this country, it is you. You have done it before, and on Tuesday, we will do it again.
Why didn't you go? Dog, I was literally just in New York. What do you mean, why didn't you go?
And we need that because, as Gramsci once wrote, the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. These monsters take many forms today. In those who fund television ads that blanket the airwaves with misleading and bad faith attacks about Claire, Brad, and Dari. Those who would rather spend far more on political contributions than they would ever be made to pay in taxes. In AIPAC, for whom the only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars. They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal, to preserve their power so that they can turn us against one another, instead of our leaders turning towards the moral change we all know to be necessary. In a politics that for too long has asked working people to lower their expectations, to settle for less, to become satisfied with small victories while our wages grow even smaller and our costs grow even larger. To resign ourselves to resignation, to accept the unacceptable. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we need not live in fear of monsters any longer. If a new world is truly to be born, then where else should it be born than right here in New York? Where else should that new world be born than in the city the entire world seeks to emulate? On June 23rd, we will win that new world together.
It's ass because he's better than me, and Julian is a much better speechwriter. So it's not that he does the same Gramsci drop. He does it so much better. So it's literally like, I'm just sitting here cucked. Okay.
Their money.
It'd be better if it was like a bar for bar, but he delivers it so much better, and with a so much better like a much better through line written into the speech in and of itself.
For yet another cycle, for yet another generation. And when we win these elections on June 23rd,
put the cuck hat on.
Let it be heard
I'm
by
in the
every
cuck
member
chair.
of Congress who believes incumbency is a substitute for action. Let it be heard by every oligarch who thinks that greed
He's a
can go
teleprompter and his
unchecked,
professional
that
speechwriters.
politicians
Yeah,
can
I
be
know.
bought, that this
I know
city
his
and this country
speechwriter.
have a price.
I've jokingly I've jokingly said I'm going to steal him.
Name and tells that candidate to prepare a concession speech. Let it ring in courtrooms that mistake the Voting Rights Act as a suggestion, not the law of the land. And in fact, let it roar in every state where politicians think they can redraw the lines so that black Americans no longer have a say.
Damn, bro. Cuomo should have won, dude. Why do you think people will take off when you do interviews? It's hard to watch. Cuck Abi. What? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It was a choice between a government that could answer the challenges of today and one that could imagine a better tomorrow. They were told it was a choice between a government that clears the streets of snow
this
and
chatter
one that
just
would
came
hold
in
corporate abusers to account.
And just hit me in a totally separate direction. We weren't even talking about that.
Both fill potholes and provide universal
Just rude for no reason, you bitch. Just threw that in there.
Surely government couldn't both dare to deliver and dare to dream. My friends, if these past 6 months have proved anything, it is that these are false choices.
Yeah, the community leaves when I do interviews because I'm a dog shit interviewer and not because they can't literally do anything other than me reading chat while reacting to videos and yelling back at chat.
They are willing to admit. Government can fix crumbling streets, bring people together, and transform our city. And those who tell us otherwise are driven by a four-letter word: fear. Fear that maybe things will change. Fear that maybe power will no longer be restricted to backrooms and boardrooms, but extended to the working people being priced out of this city. Now, this is a moment of more, of asking for more, of expecting more, of delivering more. We won't answer to those who insist we settle for less any longer. Now, people often ask me what I think of the state of the Democratic Party. This slate here today is our answer. The Democratic Party must change. They tend to follow that question with another. Who do you want to run in 2028? Then they ask, when does the race for 2028 begin? It starts now. It starts on Tuesday. It starts when we reject a politics that believes in polls more than principles. It starts when we realize that politics, one that waits for political convenience, will never feel the urgency to address the people's inconvenience. Because at the heart of all of these questions that are being asked,
Zoran endorses Hillary Rodham Clinton.
we are and what we are
It's
fighting.
her time.
These campaigns,
For far too long,
these
we have said women can't
they
lead,
answer that question
but only
in the way that
follow.
we must.
Hillary
Because for
Rodham
far too
Clinton
long,
can
our
lead,
party has seen its job
and we
as
will
managing decline
follow her to
instead of
victory.
delivering material change for working people.
I'm with her.
It has seen its job as explaining instead of showing how we can. And that old way of thinking will lose on Tuesday. And frankly, it will lose in South Carolina and New Hampshire. It will
There's
fall
Daria
short
Lisa
of
signs. They're just
270
above.
electoral votes. Because the party of the past will not be what leads us into the future. For we need a Democratic Party with backbone. A Democratic Party that offers an affirmative agenda without apology. A Democratic Party that is not just willing to stand up, but also to stand for something. And a Democratic Party that has the ambition to enact a vision worthy of the people it seeks to represent. Affordability is not magic. It is not something that can be summoned by words. It must be summoned by deeds. We must stand up to corporate greed, build affordable housing, make childcare something every family can afford. And as we speak, there are those hoping to divide up the working people of this city, to convince us that the problems we
You think
face
Zoran leaving New York City
are
campaign
not a
without duels a
result of their
possibility?
greed.
Are you insane? Why would he do that? That would not be
That
good
of
for
our
either
neighbors.
party.
They will do whatever it takes to maintain a broken status quo that benefits the privileged few at the expense of the many. And they think that there is no one who will try to stop them. They're wrong. This slate will. And this slate will not just try. This slate will succeed. Because this slate knows the difference between a party that defends the status quo and a party fighting to transform the status quo. And I want to be honest with all of you. If you want politicians who spend their time telling you about all the things that cannot be done.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's not talking about how we must push for the strongest, most lethal military of all time and do a nuclear first strike on Iran.
Leaders who wake up every day asking
I feel
how
like
much
those are the
more
best
can be
possible
done for the
positions you could advocate for. What about being a small
Make
business?
calls, text your friends, bring your
Zoran,
neighbors to
say
the
your mother
polls
was a small
and vote.
business.
And when you are at those polls, when you are in that booth, and it's just you and your ballot and that incredible pen from the Board of Elections, it is a sacred moment. It is you alone with democracy. And it is then that every New Yorker answers a question. What the other side wants that question to be is, which of your neighbors are you most willing to sell out? What the other side wants that question to be is, which leaders of today are you willing to delay until tomorrow? They asked that the tenant of 40 years vote against the tenant of 1 year. That the divide is between those who have gone through decades of political transformation and those who have joined our movement as soon as they were of voting age. They ask questions that sustain power for those who have it under the guise of rewarding those who struggle under it. I do not believe that is the question you must in fact answer in that booth. In the city I know, in the city I love, the question is not when did you arrive? The question is, can you afford to stay? And yet, amidst the greed that drives some of this cost of living crisis, we have something that crisis does not. Something far stronger. We have a love of our neighbors that can be heard in bodegas and $9 coffee shops alike. A love that is not driven by age or race or status, by a working class solidarity, fundamental understanding that only together can we win that which we deserve. Only together can we win housing that's affordable, wages that recognize our worth, and a government in which there is no task too big and no job too small. Whether you are a tenant who has been here for 4 months or 40 years, we have so much more in common with one another than we do with those attacking Claire, Daria Lisa, and Brad. Whether you arrived at JFK, at Port Authority, or your great-grandparents came through Ellis Island, we have so much more in common with one another than those who seek to demonize new arrivals, whether from Kansas or Kinshasa, and divide us. And whether you worship at shul, at a mosque, in a church, a gurdwara, a temple, or you don't worship at all, we share a belief that our city deserves leaders who lead with hope and not fear. Because no matter where we live, how old we are, what train we take in the morning, or what bagel we order, we are New Yorkers and we want the same things. Housing that we can afford, childcare that is universal, buses that are fast and free, Medicare for all, time with the people we love, a city that belongs to all of us. And that's exactly why we need to elect Brad Lander, whose love for his neighbors is only matched by the fight he will bring to Congress. Brad had my back when I needed him most. Had this city's back when Elon Musk tried to rob it of tens of millions of dollars. And he put his own back on the line to protect immigrants who were wrongfully detained by ICE. That's why we need to elect Assemblymember Claire Valdez. A former UAW organizer and proud Democratic Socialist, who is running for Congress to make sure working people in New York and across this country have a seat at the bargaining table. Now, when other Democrats chose to look the other way, as Netanyahu committed war crimes, Claire didn't just name the genocide, she organized for a ceasefire. When ICE abducted our neighbors, Claire was arrested protesting them. Wherever there have been struggles in our city for dignity and justice, my friends, say it with me, Claire was there. No one will work harder than Claire to take power from those who abuse it and put it in the hands of those who deserve it.
Okay, I need to hear some glaze about Daria Lisa of this sort as well.
And that, my friends, is why we need to elect Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
Give us some glaze on that too, please.
The daughter of a single mother from a working-class Dominican family. Since she was a teenager, Dottie has organized her community and reunited families illegally separated by ICE. That includes her classmate, Mahmoud Khalil.
I mean, I love Claire, too.
Whose pregnant wife, Noor's cries for help were ignored by so many, but not by Dari. Because Dari is exactly who the people of the Bronx and Upper Manhattan deserve representing them in Congress. New York, I hope you'll forgive me, but I have the Knicks on my mind. And it's not just that every time I watch the Knicks with Dari or with Claire, they won. It's also to say that with just 5 days left until Election Day and 30 seconds left on the metaphorical clock, I will leave you with this quote from Captain Clutch himself, Jalen Brunson. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you got to go out there and do something about it. So, my friends, I must ask you, what are you going to do? How many friends will you text right now? How many doors will you knock? How many neighbors will you bring along? Because I hate to break it to you, but OG NOT is not here to save the day. The only hands we can count on are ours. But this is our team. This is our year. So let's go after it and get it. Thank you, my friends. And now, it is my pleasure to bring out the one, the only, the great senator from Vermont, my mentor, your mentor, our mentor, Senator Bernie Sanders!
Cucked. I'm getting cucked. He would if you win a raise. Yeah, I'm his Eric Trump, dude. I'm the ugly duckling.
Thank you all very much.
I try to give him a gift every time I see him, and he's like, I don't want your fucking stupid ass gifts. I hate you.
Let me
I'm the ugly
all
chudling.
of the candidates who have spoken, who are running hard, and on Tuesday are going to win their election. Now, I think all of you know there is a lot of bad news in the world today, so I want to cheer you up and give you some very good news. And it's not just the Nixon file. In the last 8 months, progressive and democratic socialist candidates all over this country have been winning major victories. In case you didn't know, Zohran Mamdani won for mayor of New York. He took on the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, the president, the oligarchs, and with your help, he won a great victory. But it's not just Zohran. And Lilia Mejia, a labor organizer, first time running, took on the establishment candidates in New Jersey. She's now the congresswoman. Adam Hamawi, a U.S. Army combat surgeon, saved lives in Iraq, traveled to Gaza as a volunteer doctor to take care of kids. He is going to win his election, congressman from New Jersey.
Any talks with him or his team? Yeah, I was supposed to interview him today.
Graham Plattner.
Oh, hell yeah. Detroit DSA. Let's go. I'm going to have Donovan McKinney on.
Of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan, never ran for public office before, defeated the establishment candidate. The governor is going to become the next senator from Maine.
Zohran. Graham Plattner.
Bob Brooks, local firefighter union leader, defeated an establishment candidate in Pennsylvania by 20 points. Brian Poindexter, labor organizer, Iron Workers Union, never ran for office before, beat a guy who had been the Democratic nominee for governor in Ohio. Sam Forstag, another labor organizer. He is a smoke jumper. Guy goes into fires. Never ran for office again. Defeated an establishment candidate.
It's kind of interesting, but a lot of these guys are also studs. Like Sam Forstag is hot. He's a babe. You know,
Randy Viega,
like he's peeled. He's got a six pack. It's good. It's good to have candidates that are also studs in general.
Board took on the establishment candidate, won by 5 points. He's going to go to Congress.
Is this a bigger DSA slate rally? No, it's not a DSA slate rally. It's got Brad Lander, and Brad Lander's not a part of the DSA slate.
Philadelphia took on the establishment. Jane Kim is going to become the next insurance commissioner in California.
That one is always funny to me. I mean,
And
she's dope,
just
but
yesterday, Janice Lewis George, a Democratic socialist, won her primary. She is going to be the next mayor of Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. And as what Saran mentioned a moment ago, what tonight is about is that in the next 4 days, everybody here and everybody in the city has got to work hard to make sure that Brad and Claire and Darreliza become the next congresspeople for New York City. So why are progressives and socialist candidates winning elections all across this country? And the answer, in my view, is not complicated. The working class of America understands that our current economic system is rigged, that it is designed to benefit the wealthy and the powerful, and that while the very richest people in this country become richer, it leaves working families behind struggling to put food on the table. Working families
I think there's a problem with your Twitter. I can't see your post.
It is insane that Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, has increased his wealth by almost $1 trillion since, and that is
Twitter's
since Trump was elected, and that he now owns, one man owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. And while Musk and his billionaire friends become richer and richer, 60% of Americans are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to put food on the table, pay the rent, and pay for health care. That is not the economy that the American people want or deserve.
Dog, they're playing you at the gym again? Wait, am I on Fox News again?
American
or
people
CNN?
understand that in this moment in American history, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had.
Is this the same fucking article?
You know, when we went to school, we studied the Gilded Age. Remember that?
Yeah, we saw this
the
already.
Rockefellers and
It's
the
a repeat.
Carnegies and all those guys. The situation today is much more unequal.
We watched
than
this
it was
earlier. It's
back
a repeat.
then, with the 1% on top owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. Progressives and Democratic Socialists are winning all over this country because they understand that our health care system is broken, it is dysfunctional, that we pay the highest prices in the world for health care and for prescription drugs. Meanwhile, the pharmaceutical industry and the insurance companies make huge profits while people can't afford to go to a doctor. Progressives and socialists are winning all over this country because they understand that in the richest nation on earth, we should not have a massive housing crisis with 800,000 people homeless and 20 million households paying 50% or more for their housing. Progressives and socialists are winning because they understand that in America we should not have the highest rate of childhood poverty
of almost any major country on earth. We should not have a child care system which is broken, where families can't afford child care and the workers at child care centers are getting inadequate pay. We are winning elections all over this country because over 20% of seniors in America are trying to survive on $15,000 or less. And that low-income elderly people are living 9 years shorter lives than wealthy seniors. We are winning elections across the country because the American people understand that our democracy is being undermined by a corrupt campaign finance system that is dominated by billionaires and their super PACs. It is not an accident that Mr. Musk's wealth explosion, $1 trillion since Trump was elected, came after he spent $290 million to elect Trump.
Charlie Kirk, top left. That's crazy.
That a large part of our horrific
That's a Claire Valdez DSA guy, dude. Come on.
Impacted by
that dude is probably in this community, bro. Come on, chill. Don't make fun of anybody on this stage, okay? They're probably HasanAbi heads.
Artificial intelligence and the lack of action to protect workers is directly a result of the hundreds of millions of dollars that the AI companies are going to put into campaigns.
Friendly fire. Some people were saying Ludwig.
That our financial policy is impacted significantly by the
Ludwig
huge
is the
campaign
Chudwig. That's
contributions from crypto super PACs. So what all people all across this country, and I don't care if you are a progressive, socialist, conservative, moderate, you understand that we live in a nation where the average person gets one vote, but billionaire-funded super PACs are able to buy and sell candidates.
AT&T wouldn't let Ludwig appear at a DSA rally.
And there is something else that the American people understand, and that is that the politics and the policies of the Democratic establishment are no longer good enough. In this dangerous and unprecedented moment in American history, tinkering around the edges just won't work. Taking money from corporate PACs, wiring inside the Beltway consultants, and running stupid 30-second TV ads won't work. Yes, it goes without saying, and progressives are going to lead the effort in this direction. We need and will take on Trump and his pathological lying. We're going to take on his racism, his authoritarianism, his undermining of democracy and constitutional rights, his kleptocracy, and his illegal and unconstitutional wars. But let me be as clear as I can be, and that is taking on Trump is not enough. The American people are hurting, they are struggling, and they demand strong and immediate action now to improve their lives. And that is what the campaigns that we're seeing right here in New York City are about. It's what the campaigns that we're seeing all over this country is about.
It is building a grassroots movement to mobilize working class people across this country to take on the billionaire class and to create an economy and a government that works for all, not just the few. Now, one of the things that the establishment does.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's go.
We will soon see Vice President J.D. Vance holding the White House press briefing.
Yes, we're
After
back.
the United States and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding aimed at ending the fighting and reopening the Strait of Hormuz permanently.
I got to pee before the best part comes. Hold on.
Questions remain over how the deal will be enforced, in fact, especially when it comes to nuclear weapons, and how exactly Iran's nuclear material will be handled. 60 days of negotiation now are the first step in all of this. And beyond that, I would imagine there will be a lot of questions about what's coming up in all of this. Remember, the vice president was there for the very first round of talks that kicked off the road that we're on right now into the ceasefire then and now this signed memorandum of understanding. So an important time at the White House, an important time to hear from him. We will take you there live when the vice president begins. Socialism is surging from coast to coast. With an eye on New York City today, it's the site of a fierce battle in the Democrat Party's ideological war. Yes, they're fighting each other in politics. NYC Mayor Zoran Mamdani, along with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, are both Democratic socialists, so they call themselves. And they are set to hold a Get Out the Vote rally this afternoon. It's in support of socialist candidates running for House seats and looking to change the face of the Democrat Party. Well, they're doing that because they're picking up in numbers on the far left. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Let's take a look at those candidates now. They are among dozens Senator Sanders is backing nationwide. They all support radical left policies such as ending military aid to Israel, abolishing immigration customs enforcement, free or low-cost housing for all government-funded health care for all. Lots of free stuff. We know. We've been down this road with these candidates before. And massive tax hikes on wealthier Americans. And the line of wealth gets lower and lower and lower, approaching, well, when will it stop? Are they just going to overtax everybody? Republican strategist Luke Ball with me in Focus yesterday.
It seems like the Democrat Party is sliding to socialism. 74% of the Democrats say they like Democrat socialism. 66% said they're totally fine with socialism. And that ideology is just the junk food of modern American politics. It might feel good at the beginning, it might fill you up for a moment, but the reality is the crash is coming later.
A new headline reads, Mamdani tests his political clout in New York's primary as he looks to reshape the Democrat Party. And here's part of that. Quote, days before New York's primary elections, Mamdani is testing the limits of his newfound political muscle in a bid to reshape the Democratic Party in his state capital and in Washington, D.C., even if it means challenging his own party's leadership. Well, who does lead the
Calling democratic socialism Democrat socialism is so funny because you know they're like it's a classic trope, like where Republicans will always say the Democrat Party. They won't say it's the Democratic Party, they'll say it's the Democrat Party. So now it's Democrat socialism. I love whenever they go, wow, look at what these guys are promising as campaign promises, and then it's literally like, you know, things that we can pay for that virtually everybody wants. Like, who the fuck's going to look at this and be like, wow, you mean tax the billionaires, end the wars, Medicare for all, housing for all? Wow, I hate that. I hate that.
Democrats anyway. We couldn't even tell you that. I mean, you ask Democrats and they can't tell you. National correspondent Brian Yennis is at the site of tonight's rally. Brian.
And Harris, a Bernie
Right
Sanders
behind
senior
me.
advisor, says the senator and New York City Mayor
crazy.
Zohran Mamdani view the upcoming New York primary on Tuesday as, quote, an opportunity to radically change the Democratic Party. Today at 5 p.m. here in Brooklyn at the King's Theater, Mamdani and Sanders will take the stage in what is Sanders' latest effort to back far-left candidates in primaries nationwide and remake the party in his own democratic socialist image. For Mamdani, it's war. He's campaigning against Democratic Party leaders who even endorsed him for mayor, like five-term Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Mamdani's instead backing Democratic Socialists Daria-Lisa Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and Brad Lander in 3 House races. The most controversial, Chevalier says she now deeply regrets deleted tweets that said she wipes her hands with the American flag, said F former VP Kamala Harris, and called former President Biden a racist. She's now campaigning on abolishing.
Wait, why are they showing this? Wait, why are they showing this on Fox News? Are they trying to get people to go out and vote for Daria Lisa? They're gonna be like, wait a minute, I don't like what he said about the American flag, but this Joe Byron racist thing, I like it. I like it quite a lot. Maybe I'll vote for this Daria Lisa. I have no nuance to add. Fuck Kamala Harris. Maybe I like this Daria Lisa. She don't like Kamala Harris. She don't like Kamala Harris. And she don't like Joe Brandon. And guess what? I've said those dang things about both of those dang demons.
Nice, and says all deportations are wrong, even for convicted criminals.
Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
Well, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yeah, I think the greatest example to this is my example that I've used. The greatest argument to this is, yeah, dude, I want them to be held accountable. Like, I want them to be in prison. I don't want them to get a free trip back to what country they came from. If someone did it on U.S. soil and an American citizen or a tourist or a migrant, I want them to be in prison for their crimes. I know this sounds like an insane concept for many of these dumbass Republicans, but I would like to punish people for doing crimes, okay? You know? Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm not such a woke blowhard in the way that these prison abolitionist January 6th supporting Republicans are, you know? I know they love letting pedophiles roam free. I'm not one of those people. Okay?
Yes.
All 3 Sanders and Mamdani endorsed candidates are anti-Israel. Valdez and Chevalier are campaigning alongside far-left streamer Hasan Piker, who said, quote, Israel doesn't have a right to exist in its current formation and that America deserved 9/11. Here's Lander campaigning with Mamdani.
As a proud Jewish...
Fuck. What the hell? What the hell happened to the video?
join you in that fight to end occupation and apartheid
and establishment Democrats are fighting back against Mamdani and Sanders. Nancy Pelosi campaigning in the streets of Manhattan alongside Congressman Goldman. Harris, it is a political civil war within the Democratic Party.
I do find it really funny that these guys, are finding themselves having such a nuanced perspective on who's a true communist within the Democratic Party. Because, like, what difference does it make? You spent years calling Nancy Pelosi a communist, and now you're making a distinction between Nancy Pelosi and Hasan Piker? I thought we were all communist. What happened? Interesting. Perhaps there was some nuance. All of a sudden, these guys are, they're having a very different opinion when real communism comes around. It's funny because, like, now they'll be like, they're not even socialist, they're communist. What difference does it make? You call Nancy Pelosi a communist. I've heard Candace Owens call Jeff Bezos a communist, okay?
Congressman Goldman. Harris, it is a political civil war within the Democratic Party.
Chrysler 300 looks like a Maybach until the Phantom roll-up is right.
A fight for the soul of that party, with the latest battle lines being drawn right here in Brooklyn, New York. Harris?
Brian, thank you very much for getting us started on this. Far-left groups with very deep pockets are pushing hard to get a slew of candidates elected in November. Those groups are Democrat Socialists of America, the Working Family Party, and Justice Democrats. and they are willing to take out members of their own political party to put socialists in office. The asterisks indicate.
So here's the thing I don't understand. Also, Frederick Douglass Haynes is beast mode. One of my favorites. Here's what I don't. I thought this was good for Fox News. Why do they seem so worried about this Democratic Party, Tea Party moment? Because I thought, maybe I'm wrong, because that's what Third Way always tells me. That's what, you know, all these guys are always saying is like, it's good. It's good for the Republicans if there are more radical people in the Democratic Party, because then the Democratic Party nationally looks more radical, and that's really bad. We'll never win another fucking purple district ever again. Yada, yada, yada. And it's really interesting because I don't think the Republicans see it that way. I don't think the Republicans like this insurgency taking shape within the Democratic Party. They keep leaning into the centrist Democrats. It almost feels like they want better opposition that is easier to defeat. It almost feels like they know centrist do-nothing Democrats are far easier to defeat and destroy. What's going on? Very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff.
Candidates challenging incumbents who are more moderate Democrats. Wow. Two opinion headlines now. Democrats are the party of socialism now. Far-left Democrats keep saving Americans from themselves. And in the latter op-ed, veteran Democrat strategist Doug Schoen writes this: Democrats are set to enter the midterm election cycle potentially with a slate of nominees whose positions and backgrounds may do more to help rescue the GOP than anything Republicans have done or will be able to do for themselves. There is still time for Democrats to get out of their own way, but whether they will do so remains an open question. In focus with me now, Ben Domenech, host of the Big Ben podcast, and also a Fox News contributor. Great to see you today. Look, this is not just a fluke now. There are so many of these socialists, and they are winning in many places.
Yes, Harris, and it's great to be with you as always. The truth is that what you see looking backward kind of illustrates why we got to this point. If you look at the Iowa caucuses, for instance, back in 2020, you saw the level of dominance that Bernie Sanders had among younger voters, dominance that goes back throughout his career for those voters who are under 30. Those voters are older now. They're going to be 37, 38 in the coming elections, and those voters are increasingly a significant portion of the Democratic coalition. So when you look at these blue cities, you're going to see the takeovers by these DSA candidates, just like we've seen in New York and that we've seen,
I like that they're putting Sue Altman on there to pad the fucking numbers when she got defeated by Hamawi.
Out in terms of Nithya Raman making the runoff in Los Angeles. We've seen it in Seattle. We see it in Chicago. And I think that what you're going to have there is very powerful mayors who are going to control the politics of the Democratic Party going forward and essentially add to the increased.
Yeah, this does not help your cause. Guy who hates you and your cause. Always. You going to look at the Grape Gang report, or you're going to puss out like usual? The Grape Gang report? The fuck is the Grape Gang report? First of all, just say rape, you fucking loser. What is this ain't TikTok, dumbass. The fuck do you mean, Grape Gang? Why can't none of these fucking, dude, I would have more respect for dumb fucks if they didn't also do the TikTok sanitation, sanitized language. Maylot Quiros is low on cash. Maylot Quiros, a progressive primary challenger against Rep. Diana DeGette, raised $200K between April 1st and June 10th, spent $310K, and had $88K in cash on hand going into the final stretch of the race per FEC filing. Do we got a juicer? Is that what's going on? This may be the reason why, to my DSA brethren, we must run as many people for as many offices as we can. Dem Socialists in America plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress plus 4 points. Net favorability among Dems. Who's more popular? Democratic Socialists or Dems in Congress? It's just UK far-right grooming gang slop. Oh. What happened? Did they uncover white guys doing pedophilia? Oh, wait, I forgot. That's the Tories, and they're allowed to do that as a part of the culture. Actually, yes.
Leftism of this coalition because of that power.
You know what I'm watching for these far left group endorsements? I mean, you just saw, we scrolled almost the entire time you were talking. So there are many of them. It's not just the large states on the coast anymore. I mean, I'm seeing Colorado.
Yes.
I saw a lot of states in the middle of the country. So what's happening there? Is it different or something similar?
It's something similar, Harris, but it's also something that is driven by a lot of national groups that took lessons from the past experiences. I mean, the whole reason that Mamdani was able to win was because of the work that the DSA had done there, learning from the success of AOC, learning from running races against Democratic, more centrist candidates. To be quite honest, they're not that centrist anymore anyway, because they've been pulled left by all these socialists who are dominating the conversation within their party. So from my perspective, the real problem that we're going to end up with here is we're going to have capitalism become a monopartisan affair. You know, there was always this belief that you could be a pro-business Democrat on some level, but these are mayors and these are candidates who are promising taxing the heck out of every kind of aspect of capitalism that they can in order to fund their far left projects and their vision of a remade American economy.
Well, it seems fatalistic because you are going to need the people who create the jobs, and especially in this day of AI and all the rest, and you're going to need people who can take on China, you know, economically. Look, between what they call themselves, a democratic socialist, and a socialist/communist, which is what they kind of tend to be.
Yeah, increasingly less, Harris, and I think that you see that in the types of people who are endorsing, backing, and campaigning with them now. Hasan Piker is just probably the most prominent of these folks, but you know they engage in really extreme rhetoric and they encourage the targeting of capitalist leaders.
It's pretty awesome that they sound like a bunch of libs. For the first time ever, the Republican media monstrosity is on the back foot. Have you noticed that? Normally, these guys would always laugh at the Democrats when the Democrats are like hysterically pearl clutching and oftentimes actually correctly pointing out to how radical the Republican Party has actually become. Their radicalism is death and destruction. Our radicalism is socialism, okay? Our radicalism is in the direction of the working class, in improving the material conditions of the working class. If you are fearful of that because you're a stooge to the capital owners, that's one thing. But you can't present that as like danger for every American.
Across the country. Look, the billionaire tax that we're going to see likely end up on the ballot in California is the most wrong-headed, idiotic approach to the way to increase business, the way to increase success, the way to increase jobs. But they don't care about any of that. And quite frankly, I think they're only going to increasingly target the people who are, frankly, at the apex of America's capitalist leadership right now, because they view it as something that their fan base, their radical fan base, is only supportive of.
The average American genuinely thinks they're a capitalist, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Because the average American has never seen the alternative. The average American has never had a vision of a better future. That's the reason. They've been deluded into thinking that they also have an ownership stake in this economy when they do not. They feel the pain of not having an ownership stake in this economy, but theoretically they think one day I'll make it. Meritocracy is real. It doesn't matter. It is up to us to show them the truth. That's it. Another 2 million for Haley Stevens today alone. AIPAC alert, 2.4 million supporting Haley. New Israel lobby total is at 10 million, dude. Holy shit, they're coming after our boy Abdul so hard. At the end of the day, these are just terms. Okay? No, they think Cuba and Venezuela are the alternatives. It doesn't matter. Okay? We're Americans. We're talking about America. Okay? Talk to them policy by policy. What is this? Fox News got the boss call?
Tradition of the bravest and greatest heroes ever to walk the earth. But only a few have received our highest military distinction, the Congressional Medal of Honor. I wanted to give it to myself, but I was informed I couldn't do it. And I couldn't find anything where I was actually worthy, so here we are. You understand that? But today we present this award. It's greatest of 3 new recipients. Marine Corps Major James Capers.
Question mark?
Marine Corps Colonel John W. Ripley, deceased. And Army Major Nicholas Dockery. A 250-year tradition of the bravest and greatest heroes ever to walk the earth. But only a few.
I wanted to give it to myself, but many are saying I'm not worthy. They did another segment on the DSA.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani said he introduced a new wave of congressional candidates later on today, as Mamdani reportedly looks to expand his influence beyond New York and help reshape the entire Democratic Party in his image. Let's bring in Mark Penn, Stagwell CEO and former Clinton advisor. Mark, great to be with you. From your perspective,
look, what do I always say? What do I always say? Because they'll do these sorts of reports on me as well. It's not about one person, man. It's about all of us. These guys don't understand it. In his image, no. It's not in his image. It's actually the furthest away from just one singular person's image. It's not in Bernie's image. It's not in Zoran's image. It's not in my image. It's no singular person's image.
how real is this red tide rising?
Oh, I think it's definitely real. I think you're seeing the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, which has an extreme platform of open borders, defund the police, get rid of private property, win election.
I think this is one of the funniest aspects of like the Democratic Socialists of America being a real political organization that is more real as a political party than the Democratic Party is. Because here's the thing. The DSA has numerous caucuses, numerous slates, numerous slants rather, and numerous ideological tendencies within it. So there are obviously those who believe in more radical things, right? And those who don't. But these guys literally cannot comprehend that. They can't comprehend a diversity of opinion inside of a political organization that is, fairly pragmatic. No, bro's not just saying shit. This is true. Like these are ultimately part of the platform. But not every elected DSA candidate is going to have the same opinions. For example, when Zoran Mamdani was asked about, Venezuela and Cuba, he was like, oh, they're authoritarian dictators. Ridiculous, right? But when you listen to Claire Valdez or Daria Liza talk about, our foreign adversaries, they have a very different perspective on it. There are certain issues that we all congregate on as those on the socialist side of things, those on the left, even beyond the DSA, in other socialist organizations as well. But it's very funny that, it is a big tent organization, and these guys cannot comprehend a big tent organization, or it's not about not comprehending that it's a big tent organization, but instead they want to present it as this, unbelievably radical organization.
After election, starting in the cities, sponsoring more and more congressional candidates, and being welcomed by a Democratic Party that is being dragged into a position that is way out of the mainstream.
Yeah, you mentioned the far left platform of the Democratic Socialists of America and others of their ilk. Here's what they stand for: defund the police, nationalizing housing, nationalized health care, drug legalization, open borders, and...
Wow. Terrifying. Nationalizing housing, nationalized healthcare, drug legalization, open borders, amnesty for undocumented immigrants. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. It's so scary. It's first of all, the majority of the things that you're literally pointing to here are not bad. They're just good, objectively good policies. Nationalized housing, objectively good policy that most Americans would agree with. Nationalized healthcare, objectively good policy that most Americans would agree with. Drug legalization is not even true, I don't think. I think they're in favor of decriminalization. And as far as open borders goes, open borders is not like bedlam in the way that people present it. It just means a more just entry system so that people can actually quickly get processed if they're coming in and out of the country in the way that it used to be in this goddamn country. Okay? That's how it used to be in this country not that long ago. Ironically enough, the militancy in our borders, the white nativism in our borders is a relatively new phenomena in American history. Obviously, there's been periods of like, the Chinese Exclusionary Act or periods where we have decided to even develop borders to begin with. But ultimately, as far as like cross-border pollination or like back and forth migration goes, it was a relatively easy process. Okay. So just remember that. It wasn't that long ago when people could just like come in, work in here, go back home. It's not a big deal. That's number one. Number two, amnesty for undocumented immigrants, believably and objectively good and popular policy. You know who did amnesty for undocumented immigrants? Ronald fucking Reagan did. Okay? Ronald Reagan did that. And it's also more popular than mass deportation. Amnesty for undocumented immigrants, conditional amnesty, where, there's obviously background checks and whatnot, is literally more popular than, hello, what's happening? What's happening? Are we bored? Oh, she's like, come on, give me some back pets. What are we doing here? What the fuck are you good? What the fuck are you good for, Dad? Conditional amnesty for migrants, especially migrants who have been living here for an extended period of time, is literally a more popular policy than mass deportation is. The more just policy than mass deportation is. It's a more efficient policy than mass deportation is. It's better for the American economy overall. These guys are so stupid. She heard Ronald Reagan got a burst of energy. How dare you? How dare you? Kaya is a Maoist.
Amnesty for undocumented immigrants, other than nationalized health care. That is light years away from Bill Clinton's administration or even Barack Obama's administration.
Well, it's light years away from what most Americans think. And so
yeah, okay. Well, no, let's put that to the test.
Part of the problem that we've got is that the voters are voting on personality, social media, antagonism towards the other party. They don't support these policies by and large. Even within the Democratic Party, the voters who are voting for these candidates, typically maybe even half of them would actually support the policies that they're voting in. And so this seems to be a real kind of flaw within the system, and particularly what's happening in low turnout Democratic primaries that have now been scheduled in kind of off times with kind of 25 or 30% of the voters voting in those primaries, where activists have been able to play an outsized role. So yes, this party is sliding off way into the left. The question is that going to cost the Democratic Party, or is the far left going to win in America?
So this move towards socialism seems to be particularly attractive with younger voters, young and younger voters, who are either having a hard time making it in the world or really don't want to work that hard to make the American dream work for them. But you say that they are enchanted by the siren song of a socialist movement that they don't even really know what it represents.
No, that's right. I mean, in a recent poll, they put in a question, okay, are you for the capitalist system or the free or the socialist system? So 35% said so.
Yeah, here's the problem. We've been living under a capitalist organization of the economy for all of our lives and far beyond that. And it very clearly doesn't work. So people inevitably seek out alternatives. It's normal. It's normal. It's perfectly valid. When contradictions worsen, it's inevitable that people demand that change. So guess what, dude? As someone who worked with the Clintons, you played a major role in this, okay? You advocated for and fought for the continuation of the system, and now people are sick and tired of it. Yes, I saw my goat, Adam Lewis Klein.
Then I said, well, are you for free enterprise? Okay, or socialism, 10% more, we're now for free enterprise, okay, which made no sense. Then I said, well, are you for home ownership? Do you think people should own their own homes, or do you think they should be owned by the state? Well, that was 95.5. So that says to me that these people who say they're for socialism have no idea what it really is about.
Yeah. You know, we had Megan Hayes on, Democratic strategist, yesterday. And I played a clip from her from a year ago when she was talking about Zoran Mamdani being a one-off, saying that candidates like that won't play in Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. In Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, we haven't seen candidates like that. But what about Abdul Syed in Michigan? I mean, this movement is starting to infiltrate, you know, even the Midwest, middle America. This is not confined to big blue cities.
Well, and that's the big question. What's going to happen when these candidates get to general elections in swing states? will those candidates be able to get the Democratic Party across the finish line, or are they going to give the Democratic Party a bit of a shellacking? I think typically what's happened is in the Democratic Party, the left movements grow and grow and grow, and then typically the voters reject it. The party gets put into the wilderness, and it comes back a more centrist party. Are we going through one of those cycles, or are they going to break through? We don't know yet.
Well, you know, avalanches begin with just a lot of snow sitting there, and then all of a sudden it lets loose and starts roaring down the mountain. So we'll see if this movement does that. All indications it just might. Mark Penn for us. Mark, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
These guys designed a system where nobody can buy a home, okay? No one can buy a home. You can't make ends meet with one single job, no matter how hard you work. There's no prospect for a better future, playing that the people are just like, yeah, we need something different, okay? What do you expect, man? What the hell do you expect?
Tonight, a Democratic
Will three of the nation's largest cities be run by Democratic Socialists? Forecaster Enton says Democratic Socialism is on the rise in America.
Socialist on the verge of leading another one of America's big cities. This time, Trump's own backyard.
Toledo.
We got two of my favorite things, talking about Democratic Socialism and also Harry Emden.
Holy
Janice
Toledo.
Lewis George, currently with a significant lead to become the next mayor of Washington, D.C., which would put her on a potential collision course with the president, of course. It was less than a year ago that another Democratic socialist, Zohran Mamdani, became mayor of New York City. And Harry Enton is out front to tell us something we don't know. Okay, Harry. Now,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know that there's some confusion as to what a Democratic Socialist really is.
Yes.
But I guess just on the base of it, who is more popular, Democrats or Democratic Socialists?
Well, among Democrats themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map in different primaries, because simply put, they are more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zohran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it. Okay, he wasn't afraid to say it. By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at
Bro, even on motherfucking Twitter, the audio artifact is still very much here. Socialism, 50% 2010, now 66%. Capitalism at 42%.
He had no problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx, and you've got Zohran Mamdani endorsing a Democratic Socialist, Hakeem Jeffries not going with the more traditional incumbent. So there are two big races involving Democratic Socialists coming up in New York that Mamdani's endorsed. Tell us something we don't know.
I'll tell you something you don't know, and that is that the Democratic Socialists are likely to win one of those races, the one down in Brooklyn, going to beat the Brooklyn borough president. You take a look there, look at that, an 81% chance to win in Brooklyn. And in northern Manhattan, at this point,
I don't like the prediction market chances, man. I just even if they favor our people,
a 52% to knock off an incumbent, Espelot. Unbelievable.
Yes, Espelot, long-time incumbent with all of the incumbents endorsing him. All right, thank you, Harry.
Espelot.
Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis George holds a commanding lead in the mayoral race after campaigning on a platform.
Will you talk about the Grape Gang inquiry? When you stop calling it the Grape Gang, maybe. You can't be coming in here and fucking saying Grape Gang, okay? You can't be coming in here and saying that. You have to grow up. You have to be an adult at some point. You know what I mean? You have to be an adult at some point. What is this fucking TikTok language? Are you a bot? Are you a child? I mean, you have an account that you created 11 years ago. 11 fucking years ago, bro. What do you mean Grape Gang? Nasty shit. It's such a slop report that only repeats things from old reports law. Yeah, it's just, What does that mean? No, I think there is I think that there is a new inquiry or something, or not even an inquiry. I think it's just a compilation of previous reports that they're trying to make into a salient point or something. Yeah, this is an Elon Musk thing, and these guys are fucking bots. Like, they're human beings, but they behave like bots, basically. So what is going on is, I think they just wanted to, to foment more like race war on Twitter in the UK, and Elon loves pushing for that shit. And I assume it's like, I think Asmongold is also pushing for it too. So then like a lot of their fans are straight up bots, and they will go, why don't you talk about this thing? Why don't you talk about this thing that I want you to talk about? And I don't know what the goal is here. Like, do you just want more race riots? Like, what's happening? Rupert Lowe said in the first paragraph of his gang rape inquiry that he was unaware of the sheer scale of the grooming gang scandal and only became aware of it when it was amplified by Elon Musk early last year. Has he been living under a rock? This was widely reported and debated for years. It was first raised in the parliament in 2003 by Labour MP Ann Cryer. The first major convictions came in 2010. The Times published extensive investigations into it in 2012. The first major inquiry into the grooming gang scandal was the Rotherham Child Sexual Exploitation Inquiry in 2013, led by Professor Alexis Jay. So I don't even think it's like a new thing. I don't even think it's necessarily a new thing. I think it's like they're reheating the old nachos and claiming that you know, all migrants are engaging in like rape gangs or something. And I think part of that is because they don't want us to talk about the new revelations of you know, white pedophiles in the Epstein release, right? It's mostly super wealthy people that are trying to foment some kind of racial division amongst the working class at a time when they're worried about the working class being united. They want to create some kind of ethnic conflict. They want you to think that you know, Islamic style mass rape is happening in the UK. Meanwhile, of course, all of the grooming and the rapes and the pedophilia that happens by white men obviously go unnoticed. If it's a societal elite that's engaging in it, you know, because I find it really odd that Elon Musk, who has basically begged to be on Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island, is the one who's really pushing this, like, no, don't look at me. Only the Muslims are doing, you know, grooming gangs or whatever. Like, that's what it is. And a lot of people are being played a fool. Yeah, this was widely discussed in 2016 when I lived in the UK. These bots out here acting like the story broke yesterday. Yeah, they're just trying to fucking restart it. The bottom 2% is doing the pedophilia, not the 2%. APAC Mold wants to be invited to the next party. Yeah. That person's logs in the Roach chat from April. Hasan is a demon. As of last month, they have a 40-day watch streak for him. They're all coming from the same place. Yeah. I don't know why you guys think I'm like afraid of covering this story. I don't give a shit. Why would I defend crime? Unlike you, I don't give a fuck. Pedophilia is unacceptable across the board. I don't care if it's your favorite fucking content creator engaging in it. Many of the people that come in here to be like, why don't you cover the rape gang or whatever, are literally doing it out of a necessity to like not talk about the other types of pedophilia. You just want to generalize and fucking target minorities. That's it. What, you think I'm going to be like, oh my God, some of the rapists were Muslim? I guess let them go? Is that what you think I'm going to say? What are you, fucking stupid? Yeah. Anyway, what is this? Low Kadad 490? What did they say? The UK had a ridiculous problem with sexual assault. This has little to do with brown immigrants. Peter Sutcliffe, known as the Yorkshire Ripper, was murdering and raping women in the 1970s that were going to investigate it, and victims were treated as if they deserved it. Even Jimmy Savile, who was an institution in the UK, was protected by the BBC for years and was friends with the royals. Cops knew he was raping children and nothing was done. It only came out after he died. Yeah, I know. The UK has a ginormous issue with prosecuting rapes and prosecuting pedophilia across the board, unconditionally. It's not like, Jimmy Savile literally created a rape hospital. Okay? He bought out the wing. He bought out and built the wing of a hospital just so he could go and rape the victims there. So yeah. Anyway, let's look at Riley Gaines saying whatever Patriot Mobile pays her to say.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. I've heard you introduce
Glenn introduced you a couple times, and every time I'm like, oh my gosh, I just want to get your personal like testimony of like you being on Patriot Mobile on camera.
Totally.
It's, like not honestly, just like what have you and the experience of traveling and like how it's
God, this heavy breathing. She got that gnome face. Yeah, they all is Mar-a-Lago face. Counting to 10 was the most talented thing she's ever done.
worked, and just kind of from the beginning. So.
Okay, first, that's what I needed to figure out really quick, is when I first.
I think this is just the. Why won't you react to the news? There was a serial in California in the 70s. Are you scared to cover the Zodiac? What are you hiding? Yes, I'm hiding the Zodiac killer, who happens to be Ted Cruz's father, allegedly. They'd give up their right to vote for a more conservative America.
Nice to meet you. Are you planning on voting in the midterms? The people that voted for Trump are just very fed up. Both my husband and I are really disappointed.
What is the number one motivating factor for you when you decide, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his penis.
But your plan is to vote Republican?
Yes.
The Republican Party is the party of freedom.
These are some of the...
You only want the viral clip? Yeah,
Wait,
here.
tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay. First, second. Yep. Cool. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, our veterans, I feel very passionately about. Do you guys, if you're going to talk about, I mean, you hate to even call them political issues, but do you specifically say like the left or the right, or is that something you try to kind of refrain from? Like if I were to say something
Doing an ad for Patriot Mobile is so funny.
to the effect of like the left is still doubling down.
Yeah, you can say it. Okay. I've heard you introduce from the beginning, so.
Okay, first, that's what I needed to figure out really quick, is when I first, I mean, definitely over a year though. I would say, can I just say that, like around 2 years ago? Yeah. Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
And
First, second. Yep.
Gross. Let's get back to these ladies who are actually defending freedom by voting for the anti-woman party.
Voters that Donald Trump and his Republican Party desperately need in order to hold onto power. Conservative, mostly Christian women at a leadership summit hosted by Turning Point USA, the right-wing advocacy group led by Erica Kirk after the assassination of her husband, Charlie Kirk.
Love you guys.
Turning Point is influential with young voters. President Donald Trump has credited the organization with helping him get reelected and bringing more young voters into the conservative movement.
It's such a great place to be in here in America, is being young, being a female, being conservative. They all just play hand in hand together.
But fractures in this movement are emerging. A main stage headliner is no longer backing Trump or Republicans, saying she won't vote in the midterms.
He made it seem like everything was going to become more affordable. Now the economy's worse. He promised no more wars in the Middle East, and we are in a war. So it's disappointing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Savannah Stone is a 21-year-old trad wife influencer with 800,000 followers on.
It's very funny that this is just fetish content, and a lot of these people don't realize it's just fetish content. Like the trad wife shit. The trad wife shit is just straight up fetish content. But fetish content has now turned into like a political movement from their perspective. It's very odd. It's just like, it's not different than OnlyFans. Explain that more. No, it literally is. It's a performance. I've been on this since 2023. Yeah. I don't know why people can't comprehend that this is quite literally serving a fetish. More power to her. And there's obviously nothing wrong with choosing to live like this as well. But it's always funny to see people post this setting as a political mode of existence when it's simply marketing. I'm gonna retweet that. I'm gonna reheat my old nachos. She is a beard.
You get dressed up to go to brunch. You get dressed up to go to church. Why don't you do it when your husband comes home from work?
Oh my God. That's a gay man. Oh, that's a gay man. He got gay face. No disrespect. I mean, he's serving. He's serving cunt. That's Austin. That's a gay body fat percentage. True, that too. He's got a gay body too. I mean, good for them. They make it work. You know what I'm saying?
Social media. She is a rising star in Christian
and Lebanese
conservative circles, even though she embraces
Austin, Texas show.
highly controversial fringe positions.
I'm going to start this off really strong. I don't think women should vote anyways. If somebody asked me, if the government was like, okay, if we could have a more conservative country, if all women gave up their vote, I would gladly give up my conservative country.
There's a lot of churches that talk about it.
Stone argues that women voters are too liberal, so the U.S. should shift to a one vote per household system.
Now, is that a hill I'm going to die on and run for office and try to complete? No.
Well, obviously, because you shouldn't run for office if your entire worldview is that women should stay in the fucking kitchen, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Women shouldn't be able to vote, but they should run for office? That makes no sense. What's next? You want to be the girl boss conservative queen? Like, how is that? None of this makes sense. Why are you on camera? You should be barefoot, pregnant, in the kitchen, churning butter. I will never understand this concept. Okay? Like, what is this? Why are you frolicking about like a harlot instead of serving your homosexual husband? What the hell? 700,000 likes
Highest
from her?
divorce rates, 2 women. Lowest divorce rates, 2 men. Highest rates of domestic violence, 2 women.
What?
Lowest rates of domestic violence, 2 men. 70.
Wait, highest rates of domestic violence is 2 women? I don't believe that. Where is this information coming from? Lesbians are beating the shit out of each other? Is that what it is? That is so out of context. That is actually true. Wait, really? They're weaponizing the lesbian data roller derby? I know the study she's referencing, she got the data wrong. I'm a numbers guy. I don't believe this number. Okay, listen. I'm a numbers guy. I feel like there's probably something wrong with this number. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and let me tell you why. Because when you look at crime statistics, as a numbers guy, I always look at the crime statistic when I'm making arguments. And women are underrepresented in the crime data as opposed to men. Men are like around 90% of the crime as opposed to the women's. Now, of course, I chat GPT it, I grok it. You probably saw the link, but just in case, keep it factually independent. Whether you agree or disagree with the analysis below, do lesbians have higher domestic abuse violence rates than others? What is this? Data from the U.S. survey show lesbian women report higher lifetime rates of intimate partner violence than heterosexual women in several large studies. Lesbian women ever experienced rape. Oh, wait. This doesn't mean in a lesbian relationship, right? Am I crazy? This report doesn't even mean inside of a lesbian relationship. This means, oh my God, that took me 0.5 seconds to fucking understand. It says lifetime rates of intimate partner violence. A lot of lesbian women are I mean, I don't know what percentage of the lesbian women are actually experiencing intimate partner violence from their female partners during their lifetime. This could also still, what are you saying? As in, plenty of lesbian women initially in a heteronormative society. 2 reasons. 1, queer couples and queer people in general have a higher likelihood of experiencing violence, domestic violence, or violence in general, and also have a higher likelihood of reporting it. That's number 1. Number 2, they have, because we live in a heteronormative society, they have a higher likelihood of experiencing violence when they are in a straight relationship in the hands of heterosexual men for the most part, okay, before they end up getting in a relationship with another woman. This data doesn't mean that like lesbians are beating the fucking doors off of one another. It just simply means that lesbians at some point in their lives have experienced domestic violence at a higher rate than straight women have, partially because of I guess less of a tendency to report it, but also, you know, there could be some kind of intimate partner violence that they received in a heterosexual relationship in their past. It took me 0.5 seconds to figure that out, by the way, but who knows? For example, CDC's NISVS related summaries report 43 to 44% of lesbian women ever experience rape, physical violence, or stalking versus 35% of straight women. But authoritative research caution the differences for lesbians versus straight women are often not statistically significant, and measurement problems, sampling, underreporting, differing definitions complicate direct comparisons. Multiple reviews warn that same-sex IPV research suffers from non-random sampling, small convenience samples, and self-selection that can bias prevalence estimates. Therefore, many studies cannot reliably establish that lesbian IPV rates are higher than heterosexual rates. The Williams Institute notes that although reported lifetime prevalence among lesbians is often higher, the difference with the heterosexual women is not always statistically significant, while bisexual women show a robustly higher risk. IPV definitions vary. Some survey count emotional verbal abuse, stalking, and reproductive coercion as an IPV in addition to physical or sexual violence. When broader definitions are used, prevalence numbers rise. Many sources highlight that psychological aggression is particularly common in same-sex relationships. This also is another part of the fucking problem with like stat lines and reporting in other countries. One of the most common examples that people used to use all the time back in like the 2016 era of like Islamophobia was Sweden. Sweden changed the designation of sexual assault and the way that they were logging sexual assault. And that exploded the number of sexual assaults that were taking place in Sweden. Okay. A lot of the Islamophobes used that new data to imply that Muslim refugees had actually come to Sweden and raped all of the white women. Okay. Whereas the government was, being woke and had in a woke way had decided to log each individual act of sexual abuse or sexual violence as a separate crime. So if one partner had actually sexually assaulted their partner 100 times, and that meant 100 different instances of rape in the way that it was being calculated. So the woke Swedish rules, which I don't have a disagreement with, by the way, if they want to report it that way, they can, led to this all of a sudden explosive growth in sexual assaults. And the reality of the matter is, it didn't actually lead to more sexual assaults taking place at all. And it certainly wasn't in the hands of migrants in the way that people were suggesting it. It just meant that the reporting was different. Differences in wording, timeframes, lifetime versus past year, and whether male perpetrators are included for women who identify as lesbian further affect comparisons. Yeah, see? Told you. Do you remember what they changed about the methodology? I already told you what they did. So if one partner had raped their partner 100 times in the past, that was one instance of sexual assault in the crime data. In this new format, that meant 100 sexual assaults were reported, even if it was done by the same person against the same person. I just explained it to you. That led to an explosion in the number of reported sexual assaults. Anyway.
5 to 80% of divorces filed by women. Top reasons: boredom, unhappiness, no longer compatible. Highest rates for maltreatment of children by women. Women consume social media at a far higher rate than men. Women are also 3 times more likely to deal with mental health issues than men. When you share these statistics, you are automatically labeled a misogynist pick-me who hates women. But fortunately, I care more about...
I mean, you are. You are. You're using cherry-picked data points to drive home an insane position that, like, what, women are evil? Women are rapists and abusive, and also it was weirdly pro-gay marriage. I don't know how that happened. I guess she was like, I hate women so much as a woman that, like, I wanted to, forget how trad I am for a second and maybe hype up gay marriage. I guess having a gay husband does that for her. She's showing support for her gay husband, except she's it's a double bind. On the one hand, she's showing support for her gay husband, but then also on the other hand, she has locked her gay husband into a relationship with a woman. Yuck, gross. Women are obviously evil. So don't know how to feel about this one.
About truth than being accepted by the sisterhood. I'm also not a girl's girl. I'm a woman's woman, which means taking radical responsibility and accountability for my own gender. And the truth is, we have a lot of work to do. What has happened instead is not only my generation, but the generations of women before us just constantly blame and deflect everything on men. You'll hear them say, well, if the men were good, if the men were better, if the men were more masculine, then we would be better women. And that's an extremely entitled take to say that your virtue only relies on men in society. With that attitude, you will actually never attract the men.
Okay, boring.
That's not my main message. That's just one of the opinions that I hold because I think that would be better for society.
I actually do agree with her. I would as well give up my vote if it got rid of things like abortion.
We spoke with several women open to.
I just don't get it. Like, what's their goal? To die during an ectopic pregnancy? Is that what it is? Like, that's beast mode for you? Like, who cares? Just don't get a fucking abortion, dumbass. Like, why are you stopping other people from getting this medical procedure that is like unbelievably not invasive at all, especially in the first trimester? It's just a pill, and then you just heavy bleeding, and it's done. You know what I mean? Because it's not a fucking life. It's not like a real human being yet. You know? I find it so strange. You don't get it, Hasan? It never happened to them? No, but like even then, it's just like, why? What is this fucking tendency these dumbasses have where it's like, no, it's not enough that I don't want to get an abortion. I want to make sure other people also can't get it. It's like, okay, just don't fucking get an abortion. There's plenty of shit people do that I don't like. You don't see me fucking running around being like, make it illegal now. Right? I don't like Lime scooters. I think they're fucking annoying. I'm not running around making it my whole life to be like, nope, we have to abolish Lime scooters because they're fucking annoying. They crowd up the goddamn sidewalk. Okay? Hello? They are great. You are a hater. See, there's motherfuckers out here who will always have some different opinions. It's like, I have to love Lime scooters now. Okay?
Giving up their own rights in pursuit of a more Christian conservative America.
My perspective as a Christian.
Dude, what's crazy about this is like she got gauges on. She got that weird inner ear earring. And then she's wearing a fucking Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt. And it's like, how did this happen? You're supposed to be experimenting with your bisexuality at this point. You're supposed to have a septum ring. Like, where did this? How? What? I don't get it. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. These people are supposed to be woke. They look woke. Why are you not experimenting with bisexuality? You look like you should be doing that right now. You look woke.
Woman is that my husband and I are one flesh. I vote the same way he does, so honestly, I would be okay with giving up my right to vote because I know that he would represent me well.
If my husband's the head of the household, I am the neck, and we work very cohesively together, so I would imagine.
Again, and I can't stress this enough, you don't have to vote. As a matter of fact, it's probably better if you don't vote, okay? Why? Why are you like, I don't want to vote, and I don't think any woman should vote? Okay, well, in that world, I, as a man, am telling you, I don't care about your opinion. What do we do now? What do we do now? Now I'm deploying misogyny tactically in this circumstance, just for this moment alone, at the behest of feminism. Okay? All right, you're a woman. You ain't shit. I'm a man, and I'm telling you, your opinion is fucking worthless. What do we do now? As a man, I'm saying women should be able to have autonomy in their bodies and also be able to vote. Where do we go now? Did I cancel you out? Did I cancel all of these trad women out? Is that how this works? How many women am I able to cancel out as a man? They dress alternative but don't understand what they're supposed to be alternative to. So annoying. Scientifically speaking, all of them. Good. Okay, I canceled them all. Now they all have a voice and we can hear them, but we're not going to listen, okay?
And if he was voting on behalf of our household, I would be fine with that.
Do you think your daughter should have the right to vote?
I'd be okay if she didn't, because I also know she's going to marry a biblical man, that they would also be in line.
But the vast majority of women here say this remains a conversation for the fringe.
I think the best thing that we can do is hold conferences like this to educate liberal women and hopefully sway them to the conservative side.
I think women should.
Yeah. Now, you should really go up to random women and be like, hey, ladies, what do you think about us not having autonomy? What do you think about the government just stopping us from having random medical procedures that are life-saving in many instances? How do we feel about that, ladies? What the fuck is happening?
Be voting?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up my right to vote ever.
And most women...
Like, unless you are literally a white cisgender man who happens to be at least a millionaire, if not a billionaire, none of this shit is good for you. It's always chickens for KFC for all these motherfuckers, bro. Every single time. Look, it's not like the Democratic Party is like, you know, all flowers on the other side here. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. But it's certainly better than being like, oh yeah, women shouldn't be allowed to vote and then they should die if they have an ectopic pregnancy. Like, it makes no sense. It's always a fucking race to the bottom.
We spoke with plan to exercise their right to vote in the midterm elections. Most plan to support Republican candidates. Most are united by their socially conservative views.
You know, it's all about the love.
It's the transgender agenda. It's the, I don't feel like schools need to be teaching. Go back to reading, writing, arithmetic.
What is the number one motivating factor for you when you decide, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his penis. I don't want to vote for a party that...
Like, what party is doing that? What do you... You're just a psychopath, lady. You're just an insane person. Like, the Democratic Party's platform is you have to chop your penis off. Like, you're just a freak. Back in the day, before the internet, okay, this lady would be the most annoying lady at the parent-teachers conference. And that would be the only place where you heard from this woman, okay? The only place where you heard from this woman would be the interactions that you were forced into in, like, I don't know, some kind of school meet or something where you're like, ugh, yikes, Karen is here again. What are you going to do? Let her fucking chirp, okay? Now, this is a political movement. Now, this is all we have to listen to because neither the Democrats nor the Republicans want to, raise the salience of economic struggle in this goddamn country. So the Republicans keep egging on. They keep looking for the more schizophrenic psychos in their base to be like this. It literally feels like Frank Luntz will just go to the countryside to be like, who is the most mentally maladjusted person we can find? Okay, great. That's now going to be our party platform. Okay, this is now the party platform. And then the Democrats are like, God forbid we fucking run on Medicare for all or free college or fucking, government housing or something. So we now have to take this defensive position as though we're defending these insane things, these increasingly insane things. It's great. I love that. I love American politics. It's just two parties that are constantly they're just passing it over and over again. Yeah, in 10 years, they're going to be like, I don't think we should even vote. Billionaires should choose for us. We just raise the banner of one billionaire champion over the next. And they all obviously want to melt us as fucking biomatter, but at least one billionaire will be gay and the other one will be homophobic. Actually, both are homophobic, but one's openly gay, one's secretly gay, okay? And you have to choose between those two. And the Democrats will be like, well, we have to go with the openly gay billionaire, obviously. At least they don't want to melt the gays for biomatter, just the homeless and just the people who are no longer productive, right? It's great. Oh.
Tells whites they don't matter.
This is no place for Turning Point USA.
They promote bigotry, they promote racism, they promote, things that we're against as human nature.
Wherever this movement is headed, expect protests to follow.
You're resisting.
Are we having fun yet?
Some demonstrators outside this event dressed as characters from The Handmaid's Tale, the dystopian book and TV series, to make their point.
I have a problem with them trying to persuade people that their goal in life as a woman is to keep house and raise babies.
What? You want to come say something to me, sweetheart? Yeah, I will.
That's awesome. Wow. Did they deploy?
Tensions here.
They deployed tactical rapist Chud. Come on, sweetheart. Come on, sugar tits. Show me a smile.
Are wrong. All of it yet another example of the deeply
tactical
polarized
Chud
politics
rapist.
of the moment.
Women, hold up half the sky. Charlie Kirk deserves to die.
Women hold up half the sky. Hey, we got some Maoists in the building.
These protesters' shouts infuriating some inside the Women's Summit.
Happiness comes and goes, and I pray that you find it.
Motivating others to push ahead to create the change they seek.
Yeah, that was the morality officer from the previous AI video that we watched.
Of the
Oh, I can't watch this. This is the most insane story. It's too much. Too much for me. Erica Newkirk. You could rob these people blind as long as you promise you hate the transgenders or whatever. Yeah, if the Iran deal leaks are correct, like defeat American history and unmitigated surrender, can't think of another time in American history when the opposing country set the terms of a debate as much as Iran seemingly is. Says the guy with he, him pronouns. Yeah. It's true. It's the method. It's the fucking method. New APAC ad for Haley.
Ice on Michigan, Haley Stevens fought back, leading the fight to oust Kristi Noem.
She's lied to the American people. She has to resign or be impeached.
Then Haley went after ICE.
Stevens introduced the Hold ICE Accountable Act, which would create an independent special prosecutor to investigate ICE.
If crimes are committed,